Alright. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Sorry I missed you yesterday. I had a crappy day because I accidentally got served NutraSweet, and I decided to see how it was going to handle it, and I got neurological pain. It was great. It wasn't super bad, but it sucked. Anyways, here we are tonight. Gonna try to pick up on what we missed on and didn't finish up last night, or would have done yesterday. But yeah. Also, I wasn't sure if I was going to stream or not because I had to shovel because we were supposed to get this really bad snowstorm, but instead we just got fucking like 2 inches of slush, which was a pain in the ass to shovel. But anyways, we're here now, so that's cool. The cattail is just all up in the camera. I missed her, yes, I know. Yes, he's right here. Just making sure there's nothing with personal information on my desk. Just a cat. You know, you got iGoop today? Yes, you do. Ooh, there we go. Oh, that one. Oh, okay. Yep, get the guy goops. Get the goops. Goopy goops. So, we really need to figure out how we're gonna go forward with the, with the way that protocols are going to know about accounts and stuff like that. I was talking to Ian a little bit, and he brought up a good point that something like the account status changing for a protocol should probably be something that's like built in and not necessarily a signal where somebody could mess with it. And I was like, you know, that's a good point. So we are going to do a little bit for that and see what we can do to get there. So my first thought, although I don't know if this is necessarily the right spot for it, is to put a new function in Purple Protocol. So Purple Protocol, it has, actually most of those are gone. We should get rid of those. So user splits needs to get deprecated. I'm not sure if we're going to replace it or how we're going to replace it. But we need to figure that out. Account options needs to be replaced and redone in a way that makes more sense, and that's going to have to happen sooner rather than later. Buddy icon spec is pretty much gone. We wonder why we can't remove that yet. Purple. These cats are driving me fucking nuts tonight too. I spent most of the day sleeping because I needed it. Especially after the NutraSweet debacle. And then, like, whatever. Trying to catch up on everything around the house has been a pain in the ass, and that's what I was doing today. Login and close. These are being deprecated. They're not completely done yet. The intent is that you are supposed to implement this guy to create a connection, and then this has connect and disconnect on it, and blah blah blah. And then can connect is a new feature too. Status types were almost gone. This is almost gone, but we're not there yet. But we're not marking this stuff for. Yeah, he always loves to be in the way. It's very, very. Is annoying the right word? Frustrating? Let's go with frustrating. Or testing. But yeah. Stupid mic too. I need to figure out how to make this sit better this way. So, anyways, the idea is, maybe it should be on connection. So, one of the things that people have had to do historically is they always have to create like a data object, blah, 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 that keeps track of everything on the connection. Now, Purple Connection used to have a protocol data field on it that you could set it just to any pointer you needed, and you just drop your stuff in there. Now, you just, you know, you implement create connection, which will allow you to return a subclass of this, which has all that data, and you just handle shit the way you need to. The only issue with doing this through Purple Connection is it gets a little more complicated. It's not too bad, but we would do Purple account, get connection, and then Purple Connection. Well, what do we have in connection right now? connection right now. Most of those flags are gone, or not gone, but going away. The other thing is I'm trying to make the connection API not be as... I'm trying to make it more just the data for the protocol and less about the state of it. But that gets kind of confusing. But, yeah. Anyway, so we have connected, disconnected. No, that's the UI apps. So we have connect and disconnect. What do we want to call this? What's this called in Pidgin 2? I don't even know. It's probably something with a great name. I have set status. That's not horrible. Apparently we were short on O's and R's this day. I know it's supposed to be like Etsy pass WD. I know, but it's stupid at the same time. Alright, so it was set status there. Do we... No, we don't care. This is a fire and a forget. Oh my goodness. Set presence, not status. Alright, how's everyone doing tonight? Hope your week's going alright so far. I think Finch is still using that. We really need to pull the plug on Finch. It still seems like, yeah, I agree. This is such a fucking pain in the butt. Purple connection, set presence. The instance. The new save presence to sets. Suppose this is nullable. Oh, that'd be silly, but we'll leave it this way for now. This feels more like it should be on the protocol than on the connection, but it needs that anyways. I'm so back and forth on this. This is annoying. It's one of those things when it's like the abstraction feels wrong because you can't find a good place to put it, right? Like every place you put it feels wrong for different reasons. Right, so if we put this on protocol called set presence, Let's see how it looks. Protocol, purple account, star account, combo. Purple saved, presence, star presence. So the reason why I want to do this with the account is it's the account editor or the account manager is going to be calling this. I'm like, sure, that can look up the connection and then call the connection, but all right, so let's walk through this, right? So user sets their presence. UI tells purple presence manager what the new presence is. Oh no, it's this presence manager. Right. Oh, this is even worse. How's it going, Tobbs? Welcome. Twitch will lay off 30% of their staff tomorrow. Rough start of the year. Yep. And yet they're still making money. So, yeah. Also, we're using Ambriel because Pretzel is crashing. They're down. So, I'm hoping I don't get tagged for copyright stuff, but we'll see what happens. Alright, so the UI tells Purple Presence Manager, or UI sets active status, active saved presence in Purple Presence Manager. Dot. Protocols tell server, or whatever. That's new presence, right? Okay, that's the question mark. So this is where it gets silly, right? Is all the steps in here. So we need to get the accounts one way or another. I'm looking for something I might have done here, but I don't think I did. So this gets more complicated by the fact that if the user's presence is offline, we need to connect all the accounts. So the way this whole thing works right now is a fucking nightmare. And this is part of the problem. It's complicated. This is not. Oh, okay, no, that's yeah. I was like XMPP. What the fuck? Oh no, I think it's what is it? No, is it an account.h or account.c? Set status active or something. There's a thing in here at the end. Purple presence set status active. So we look to see if there's an available. This doesn't make sense. That's fine. use that to get the status types, which is dumb and shitty, but whatever. We create an account presence new. We dump that onto the account presence. All this stuff is going away. This is what we're trying to replace. What is played? I don't know what that is. We have a GUI, yes. We're working on Pidgin Instant Messenger, which is actually core UI split, but the UI is Pidgin. But underneath that, we have a library called libpurple. Right now, we're looking at libpurple. Oh, I guess we could do that way. That's a little weird, but it would work. So we could have account manager connects to signal at presence manager : notify active or whatever. Signal of presence manager when emitted walks through all accounts and calls their set presence method. That's not too bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Super slushy King of Zombies, but like it's like an inch, maybe 2 inches of just slush. No, we don't use Glade anymore. Glade is kind of dead with, well, I mean, it still works at GTK 3, but we're doing GTK 4. But we do all our UIs just by raw XML files. We do a lot of templated widgets, so it's fine. It's not a big deal. Like, here's our conversation window. Right? It's not even 150 lines of XML. Wow, this is a conversation widget, not a window, rather. But it's fine. It's not a big deal. And, you know, so much of this is license editors and blah, blah, blah. I said editors? What the fuck is a editor? 6 inches slashed over here? Yeah. I heard it was, oh, I heard it was worse up by you guys. I still find it funny how they closed all this stuff down today. And it's like, oh, yep. Not much, not much. Not really Todd's. We just kind of learned it because we were forced to. So, like, we were doing everything in Glade when we were porting to GTK 3. But when we moved to GTK 4, there wasn't any tools to work with it. If you're just trying to get a look and a feel for it, right? Check out GNOME Workbench. You're not going to be able to do it with C. But like the Workbench, you can use the UI blueprints, all that stuff. You can also write code. Right now it's Python, JavaScript, I guess Rust too, but they haven't done C yet, which seems weird. Oh, and Vala. I might actually even have it installed yet. Org.gnome.workbench. I don't think I deleted it, but I might have. Yeah, I guess not. Flatpak list. Yeah, or this Comblache is an option too. We started using Comblache for a while, but last I knew, and they might have fixed it since then, they didn't have support for your own custom widgets, which basically makes it useless to us. So at that point, it's just like, well, let's just learn the XML. But if you're not building composite widgets, then yeah, Comblache or Workbench will be fine for you. Workbench is kind of just like it's more like a rad tool than anything else. What the fuck? Oh, those are fine. Is it not org.gnome.workbench? Oh, that's right. It's not under GNOME. It's under Sunny's stuff. Okay, that's fine. Even GTP struggles with properly writing. What? What is GTP? Oh, ChatGPT. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, well, I mean, Chat garbage. It struggles with everything. And it hallucinates all the time. It's just a bad product, but everybody keeps looking past it for some reason. It's amazing! It saved me for. I realized that what AI really does. It helps people search things better. That's all it does, right? That's all large language models do. People are like, yeah, it helped me write my unit test. Yeah, no, it just found example code for you because you weren't able to find example code. Then you still have to go and modify it and make all the changes to make it work for you, right? So it's not really writing code; it's finding examples. Change my mind, or attempt to, but you won't. Search engine you can talk to. I mean, you're not talking to it too, you're writing to it. Talking to it would be different. Talking is audible, writing is nonverbal. Whatever. That makes sense somehow. I'm not an AI, I fuck up all the time. Oh wait, so do AIs. Maybe I am an AI. I don't know. Well, like, I don't know. When I need examples for code, I go and look at examples. Right? Because, like, I look at stuff that already has it and does it, and it works, rather than letting something guess, and then I have to figure out if it works or not. But, you know, whatever. You do you. If that works for you, cool. I got better things to do with my time than figure out what some shitty algorithm attempted or thought was right. Nothing can Blashe supports custom widgets still? Dang. But the widgets its support isn't hard-coded, so you can generate XML for your widgets and dump it into folders. It works, but it's, yeah. I don't know that Workbencher does it either, right? But like, so here, this is the live preview, right? So if I change, press me, exclamation point. That should be, where's the button? There is no button here. Oh, I think I have to run? No, there's still no button here. What the fuck? I haven't used this much. I was like, oh, hey, this looks really cool. And then I wasn't able to do anything with it. Oh, there it is. Press me, right? So. Alright, I'm gonna hit run. Now it says press me Twitch. Woo! Right? So you can play around and do all this stuff, and that's the callback on this button. Blah, blah, blah. So, you know, you can prototype, you can play around a lot, blah, blah, blah. But so, aside from the XML, there's also this thing called blueprints, which is what this is. The blueprints kind of, like, we played with these a little bit, but then it was just like, why are we adding another dependency? So then we went to the XML. So, like, here with Workbench, you can play around with this and do all sorts of other stuff. Actually, okay, I don't know why the label's there, but, or something easy we can tweak in here. Class title 1. This is label that has no. Oh, it says welcome to Workbench. Right, and that's live because it's rebuilding the UI automatically. You don't have to recompile the JavaScript or anything. So yeah. Latest GTK 3. Oh, yeah. The other problem with Comblache was something like it used its own data format, and then you would export the files to the UI, to the GTK builder stuff, and that was weird and annoying. But yeah, so Workbench, you can play around, do a whole bunch of stuff, whatever, blah blah blah, right? So, oh look, you can write your Rust. There's some shitty garbage Rust code. Enjoy. Python stuff's built into. Oh, there's the press me. I mean, this is all starting with different static stuff, right? So, oh, yep, okay. I guess I double clicked it or something. I don't know why that got big. But yeah, so you know it's cool. You can play around with a whole bunch of stuff. It'll do its thing. No, discard. Go away. Flat pack, uninstall, re.sony.workbench. I don't need it. I'm not going to use it. So. Right, so then what would happen is, so this would be set up during startup stuff. Then the user would set their presence. And then the UI sets the active, or user sets their presence. User selects. Merlin with the 36 months, greatly appreciated. How you doing? How you doing? User selects their presence. So then the UI sets active, save presence in the presence manager. That would fire the signal to be emitted. So then the account manager would walk through all the accounts that it knows about. And then send them as online. Now what it calls here is the question. So then account manager signal handler calls blah 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 to set the presence for each account. And then the protocol would set the new presence. So the real question is, what the hell is this? And it needs to be something that the protocol implements. So our options are purple protocol class, like here, or purple connection, set presence. Maybe it does belong on presence or on connection. Right, because I'm thinking of the connection objects as like the state of the user, right? Maybe it should be on connection. Yeah. Okay. Well, we gotta look at this real quick too. Purple core dot. There it is. The whole startup process needs to be cleaned up a bit too. So the account manager comes up pretty early. That's the old save status. That's not the new one. How's it going, Wolfred? Welcome. How you doing? For Solitude and tops on Twitch. Oh boy. And wait, you came here for Solitude? What the fuck does that mean? Like, wouldn't, if you wanted Solitude, wouldn't you just like close Twitch? Like, what are you saying about me or the stream? Solitude generally means alone, right? Like, it could be like peacefully alone. Yeah, no, the state of state or quality of being alone or remote from others. Being secluded or uninhabited. The state of being alone, a lonely life, loneliness. Close enough. Okay then. I got nothing. I got no response to that. Absolutely none. Oh, we should move that, but okay. Never using big words again. Well, like, Superman has a fortress of solitude that's in the North Pole. Now, well, it is peaceful because there's nobody there to upset the peace. The point is that he's all alone and way far away from everyone. That he never visits the movies. Yeah. I haven't watched the first three. Actually, I've seen, I think, Superman 1, 2, and 3 from the 80s a long time ago. I haven't watched any of the new ones with I can't think of that dude's name because I don't really, Henry Cavill or whatever, something like that. And yeah, I don't know. I just haven't watched many of the DC movies lately. I never watched Smallville or any of that either, so, yep. I don't know is what I'm saying. So where the hell do we... Oh, okay. So Presence Manager is there. Why? I think we just put that there. Wait, hold on. I'm thinking I had another branch for this that I started. Pidgin Pro. Oh, we. Okay, it's okay. We can solve this in multiple states. It's fine. I just don't know what the hell we did here because it's been a while. Oh, right. Okay. Solve a Rubik's Cube. Okay. This takes a minute. We have to do setup. Okay, so we can do one stage of the 7x7. One of those stages being obviously scrambling will be part of it. But so the 7x7, you solve it in 3 stages. You first solve the centers, then you solve the edges, then you solve it as a 3x3. So we can do one stage of that. We can do a normal 3x3. We're not gonna do the angel cube because I don't want to get stabbed. Or we can do the windmill cube. And you get to pick, Justin. Add time. Or sorry, I said Justin. Jaywalker, you get to pick which one we do. And where's... Hopefully you will respond soon. I can't run a 3-minute ad right now. Because it's supposed to be a 3-minute ad when we do this, but I guess we'll make it a 90-second if we can. I'm not doing the angle one because I don't want to get stabbed. The angle one has sharp points. Sharp points. So there's a windmill, normal 3x3, or one of the stages of 7x7. Okay, windmill. Okay. There is a caveat in that I don't remember one of the algorithms, but it comes right at the end. So if we hit it, we're just going to cheat and fix it. Because I don't remember the algorithm. What do you want, mister? Mister in the way. Slater's right here, too. We'll do the ad after we get through this. God, you guys are cracking nuts. Not you guys on stream, the cats. The cats. Later's gone. Okay. We're gonna keep scrambling here. Blah, 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 blah. I remembered your name? Okay. Did I? Oh. Is your name... Okay. I mean... So... Funny story. I went to grade school with a guy named Justin Walker. So I think that's where my brain went when I saw your name. I mailed you stickers. Okay. I know I mailed a lot of stickers over the years. But okay. All right. Anyways, angle cubes all scrambled up. Whatever. Oh, you're in the author's file for Pidgin. Nice. Okay. So this is basically just normal 3x3. It's just offset. Yeah, we used to do sticker giveaways here all the time. And if you look, there used to be, and I think there still is, a channel point redemption to do a sticker raffle. All right, so anyways, I normally start on the white side, so we're going to start solving white. We're going to fix the corners in a second. Or not the corners, the centers. So this is essentially a picture cube. And the algorithm I don't remember is how to rotate a face 180 degrees. And I'm not trying to learn that right now because I just don't care. So if we end up getting into a state where we have to do that at the end, I'm just going to pull the piece out and fix it. Otherwise, we're going to get into... I'm going to solve this in a way that I can't... That's the only problem I can have on the cube. Right, so right now, these are lined up, but these aren't oriented. Right, the centers aren't oriented, so we're just going to manually orient them in place now. Because we can do that real easily, just by swapping stuff around. Right, so now green's oriented right, orange is still right, blue's wrong, blue needs a 180. But we can do this at this stage because we can, you know, manipulate a lot of the cube because all we have done is actually the first cross. So now blue's right, orange, green, we got to do red, red also needs a 180. And then after this point, at this point, as long as I don't mess anything up, those centers can't rotate anymore, or they won't rotate. So the only thing that could be wrong yet is the top center. Good. Oh no. No, that's right. Okay, it comes down to a 50-50 chance on whether or not we have to turn one of them. But now those are right, and we have our normal 3x3 cross. So cool. Let's move on. Yep, there we go. Start a sticker raffle. Oh, jeez. Okay, so I am 2 things behind on you, but we'll get there. We're going to finish the cube, then do the ad, and while the ad is running, I'm going to figure out how to do all the sticker stuff, because it's been a while. Oh, I put the red in the wrong spot. Ugh, I'm distracted. But yeah, so this is just, you know, normal 3x3 stuff. You're just, you know, moving shit around, or not intrinsically, but intuitively. That's not going to go right. We have to put it up to reorient it to get it in the right spot so that we can now put it in correctly. Yeah, Popeye's chicken sandwich give you the company? Nice. Okay, so now we've got the first layer. Right? All that stuff's all busted. That's okay. Now we need... Where's red or... Oh, there's green. Okay, so green's got to go in here. This is normal 3x3. Put your edge in. I know it doesn't look like an edge, but I assure you it is an edge. Oh, and those can be upside down, but we'll figure that out real quickly because parity. We'll notice the parity right away on the third layer once we get to that part. Okay, that one's backwards. That's annoying. It's okay. We got to pop blue out to put it back in right. That's fine. Alright, sorry about that. I had gross stuff I had to get rid of. Where the hell was I? Okay, so I put the piece in wrong. So we gotta fix that too. Whoops. There we go, this will do it. Okay, we gotta do the same thing with blue. Blue is in the wrong way, that's okay. Actually, no, we can't get into parity on this one. Never mind, never mind. I'm thinking of the void cube. We cannot get into parity on this one. No, or not. We can't have an edge swapped in the wrong direction on this one. Okay, so 2 layers done. So you got the normal corner part, whatever you want to call it, whatever. So we're gonna get to the line, then we're gonna run that partial algorithm again. So we get to that part. Then we just run our normal algorithm up here to solve the top face. We're at the fish, or at fish 1, we have to get to fish 2. Fish 2. Fish 2. Ugh. And there. So now, yeah, okay, so we're gonna have one center that's not oriented right, which is whoops, but okay. So we're gonna have to cheat, is what I'm saying. I don't want to learn the algorithm. Like I could. I used to know it. It's kind of in muscle memory, but it's not there, right? So, hey, look, we're solved, right? Oh, yep. Oh, there we go. Now we're solved. So there's the cheater move at the end. So that's the windmill cube. It's 3x3. All right. Now Wolfred wanted an ad. Oh, we can do the whole 3-minute ad now. Nice. Okay, so here comes the ad because Wolfred bought it. Okay, it looks like I have sticker stuff there. I'm like, what? Where's the sticker site? Oh yeah, Shopify. Log in. Oh. Generate code. Next amount. 6 big ones. Wait, what? Oh wow, they didn't give you much time for that. Okay, whatever. Alright, that's still going. So I had all this stuff set up to make this go fast and easy, and I just don't remember how to use any of it. Is it code then name, or is it... it should be this one. Okay, it's name then code, because sure. Alright, it's fine though. Oh crap. I might have disabled the stuff in my bot. Oh, okay. How do I clear this? This is new. Alright, ad's almost done. And when the ad's done, so we do this. Oh, okay, and then when I transition, it'll work too. Alright. Oh. Yep, Kelsey, Rubik's Cube Redemption, yes. Sorry, I didn't see your stuff in here now. We're also about to do a sticker raffle, which we can't do on YouTube. Because I don't have a bot on YouTube yet. So, yeah. Yeah, we're multi-streaming now. Okay, ad is done apparently. Alright, so anyways. Yep, there you go. Hey everyone, it's time to give away some stickers. We're taking a break from creating custom stickers each month, but there's still plenty to choose from in the store. So if you'd like a chance to win some free stickers, go ahead and type stickers into chat right now. Winners will be given a discount code for shop.reaperworld.com that can be used to redeem any pack you want. Or you can go a la carte and choose the stickers you want in packs of 2. So, enter to win now. Yes, that video is super old. So anyways, no, just type stickers without the exclamation point. Stickers without the exclamation point. There you go. But the bot is being dumb. Let me refresh this page. Hold on. What the fuck? Alright, it looks like it didn't open right. So we reset it. Hold on. Oh, what the fuck are you doing, man? Okay. Try again, somebody. Like, this fucking bot, man. This bot is garbage, and I need to get rid of it. This is the last one. I reset it, but, like, it's not open any... Like... And now the raffle was cleared? Yeah, it's Phantom Bot. It's a little out of date, but it shouldn't... Like, it should be working. Sorry, Coatsy. Hold on. Giveaways, raffle, stickers. The timer set to 0. Shit, my bad. Okay, hold on. Okay, now try to enter. Wait, it's still not open. What the fuck is going on? It's got the last one. Okay. Fucking hell. These are in no particular order. And no, Phantom Bot still gets updates. Well, no, people clearly want to get stickers, and that's fine. I have plenty of stickers to get rid of. Well, we used to do these like every hour on the hour on Thursdays, and then people got whatever. They got their fill of stickers. So we stopped doing it at that point. All right, is there anybody else that wants to enter? Need a sticker to go along. Oh, did you buy a Pidgin mug? Okay, tops 2. Okay. Anybody else? You have 3? Oh boy. Okay, so we've got 5 now. Because you guys know what generally happens when I give away stickers, right? I usually just give them to everyone anyways. So we're just gonna go ahead and do that because that's what we do here. So, all right, congratulations everybody who just won stickers by saying you wanted stickers. So, yeah, amazing, right? Okay, that looks right. Okay. So you all will be getting a message here in a second from me that will have instructions on how to redeem your stickers for free. Now, I will tell you this. There is an item in the store that is not quite ready for shipping right. If you order it, please be in the US, because otherwise it costs me a shit ton of money to ship it. So yeah, just keep that in mind. But anyways, the free stickers is you get $6 free in the store. The item in question is I've been building these pigeon magnets, but I haven't gotten the shipping stuff figured out on Shopify to get it to you guys. So my default shipping stuff in Shopify is all free shipping. And I shipped one of these to, well, it was 4 of them, but it doesn't matter because it costs the same in shipping, to one of the Patreons in December, because I didn't have time to make the damn sticker I wanted to. The shipping to Germany for it was $20. And please don't make me spend $20 on this. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. You all, that code is only good for 5 times total, so if you reuse it, you're going to screw somebody else out of it. So don't do that. And yes, I reused the code. I used to do a custom code for each person to avoid that. That's too much work. But I still have a shit ton of stickers to get through. And I am still planning on getting the 25th anniversary sticker done, because this whole year is the 25th year of Pidgin. So I still want to get the sticker done. That said, the magnets are actually really cool. So I need to finish getting them sorted out, but currently the printers are doing additional ones. But we now have, these aren't in the store yet, but we now have white on magenta. We have yellow on black. Then we have black on yellow. And magenta on white. These are the ones I printed last night and this morning so far. Currently I have, we're doing magenta on black at the moment, and I don't know if the other one's doing. I have to look. Oh, white on yellow. Any orange on white? There will be. There will be, but I haven't gotten to them yet. But I have orange on black and black on orange. Yeah, so like if you go in the store, you can see them. Whatever. Okay, it's not on page 7. Where the hell is it? I also have keychains, but this is the link to it. But again, let me get the shipping thing figured out beforehand. Yeah, so here, there's only 20 listed there. I currently have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 33. So I'm behind on updating this. And I have 2 other additional ones going right now. So, yeah. Why did your PC play the Mac boot sound? I don't know. Yeah, kind of localizes the currency. Shopify does a lot of stuff for you. Like I said, the main problem is I got to figure out how to actually do shipping internationally on here. Like, I can do shipping where I pay, but I can't figure out how to make it so you pay. And like, I don't mind. Like, I'm not like trying to like make money off of shipping or anything. I'm just trying to not get stuck with a $20 bill for something that weighs, you know, zero point 0.4 ounces, because that's dumb. Um. So yeah. All right. Anyways. Um. So over here. Okay, we didn't move Purple Presence Manager startup yet. But we were going to need to. Was you gonna have us pay? I'd overnight mine. Well, I mean, I'm typically just using USPS and stuff, but yeah. Got some pigeon circles, nice. And I can get you guys to pay. I just need to figure out how to do it right. It was just easier when I first set this up to just do everything as I pay the shipping, because I just calculated that into the cost, right? So yeah, but that's very different. So like previous, oh, this stuff's all on the shelf over there now. So like domestic shipping is 55 cents for the stickers. Domestic shipping is 55 cents. International shipping is $1.10. That's accounted for in the price of the $6 stickers, right? It's like, it's not a big deal. But when it becomes, you know, $20 out of my pocket, that's a very different game there, right? So yeah. All right. Okay, so we don't need to necessarily do this here, but we need a way to... I guess we don't necessarily need to have the UI do this yet. So this UI part here, it still needs a lot of work, but it should be functional. So we have statuses here now, and then we get a list. And the idea is you would select this and hit activate or whatever. Part of the problem here is we need this guy to get landed so we can write the next part of this. Because what I want to do is, so the info pane is going to go up here, it's going to say save statuses, whatever. And I have a button to add or remove or something like that. Like, I don't want to necessarily right click on these to have you delete them or something, but like you would hit add and bring up the dialogue for you to add a new one and stuff like that, right? And then like you can select and then like you would hit activate, or you could double click and it would activate it and stuff like that. And we could maybe go with what we have right now, but and I'm still debating on whether or not we're going to actually have a shortcut one. Like previously we had just a quick drop down here where we could select them and go from there. But we got rid of that because that was the old status widget using the old status system and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Shopify will save your info. I have an entire customer list on Shopify. I'm not doing anything with it because whatever, right? I'm giving away stickers. I'm trying to get you guys to do the advertising for me. I'm not trying to do anything with your data because I don't know what to do with it and I don't want to do anything with it, and I wouldn't, you know, abuse your trust that way. So, yeah. Okay. So yeah, we were gonna go back up to default. And then what we want to do is we want to move the save or the presence manager startup before the... No, this has to be at... fuck. No, that's right. Okay. Purple presence manager needs to be before accounts, or before the account manager. Account manager, because purple account manager connects to the notify active signal on purple presence manager. Okay. You could sell it to Facebook for the big bucks? Yeah. Okay, there were 5 of you. 3 of you are still trying to decide which way to go. That's okay. I see 3 orders right now. Oh, cool. just looking at which ones you guys are picking. Okay. Wait, what? Tobbs, you should have been able to pick 2 items instead of just 1. So you picked. So since you picked an a la carte item, you should have been able to pick 2. Okay, that's fine too. Okay, I'm making sure. That's all. Kelsey, what's going on? You got Electron or something came up on boot? Yeah, I don't know. That's lame. What the hell is Desktop? Or is that a typo on desktop? Oh, it's a Discord client? Okay. Weird. Alright, so Purple Presence Manager gets startup, then Account Manager startup gets called. When Account Manager startup gets called... Yeah, okay, so if we say Account Manager.c... we want to do this in startup. We don't want to do this in the default constructor because that would fuck shit up. Connect to the 3. It wasn't me. I don't think I can clear your cart. So even if I could, well, not that I tried to, but I don't know that I even could if I tried. It's a biggie. We need Presence Manager. Oh, it's active presence. We need to update the docs here. Core.c. Okay, why is my phone bleeping? It's probably an email. There's an order on the Shopify store. Yeah, I know. Nothing happened. No, I don't know. Okay, that was okay. So 4 of the orders are coming. Okay. So we want to connect to the notify for this guy. Account manager.c. Connect to the notify presence signal of the. Jesus, man. Presence manager. So we can tell accounts to update their presence. So we need Did you get your card figured out? I hope. Okay, so we got 4 so far. Cool. Alright, so now G signal connect object. Oh. We need presence manager. Purple presence manager get defaults. Something call my help. Presence manager notify active active presence. G callback. Purple account manager, active presence change, or active presence callback. That's fine. Then we pass in default manager and then a 0, right? G signal connect object. Yeah, connect flags. So we have to use G signal connect object because what'll happen is if this signal is getting when the signal gets emitted, it'll make sure it refs our object so that our object can't get deleted in the process of the signal getting emitted, and then it would die, which would be problematic because then we would crash, and then we would get lots of bug reports, and we wouldn't be able to keep writing other fun stuff. All right, so here we've got static void, G object star ob, comma G param spec star p spec, data G pointer data. But we need to do this. G GNU C unused because we're not going to use pspec because we don't care, and that's fine. Okay. Hydrate. You guys are keeping me busy today. It doesn't like finish credit cards? Interesting. Alright, cool. You all put in orders. Yay! Wait, why did you need to use a credit card? The balance was... Why'd you tell me? I could have fixed the discount code. I mean, I'm guessing that the less than $1 US charge on the credit card was also part of the problem. Right? But yeah, I'll get those packaged up and I'll throw them in the mailbox tonight. Alright, so from here, we've got... we do need the purple presence manager, so we say purple presence manager star presence manager equals purple presence manager. That's the object, right? But purple account manager equals data. Okay, so we got both of these. So whenever that presence will change on the presence manager, this happen. Now we can get away with this right now, and I'll show you how in a second. So we're just gonna say G warning. Save presences have a name, right? I think they do. It's been a while. Yeah, they do have a name. Okay, so presence change to %s. Purple presence manage. I gotta do that first. Saved presence. I just cannot type today. Active. Jeez, man. Save present. Manager get, is it active or is it get active presence? We're back to save presence. It should tell me the getters and setters. Nope. Okay, whatever. Go back here. Alright, just get active. So then we put in the presence manager. And then we say purple saved presence get name active. This is just total hodgepodge to make this work at the moment. Didn't also go through Google Pay, which is weird. I don't know, like the fraud detection stuff here in the US gets triggered all the time by like small amounts because they generally think that somebody that's like testing out the account to see if it's live or if it has any money in it and stuff like that. So yeah, right? Because like, like I got a fraud alert trip because like a doctor's office was trying to charge me 43 cents or something, right? And my bank was like, "Yeah, we're guessing this is not valid. And I'm like, yeah, that's wrong. That was not me. All right, so we don't really care about this at the moment, right? That's okay. That's annoying, but it's fine. But what we're going to do is we'll do this to make it easier. CDP Pidgin build conf Pidgin 3 vi presences.ini. So the active presence right now is 7A6. I think it's this one. Yeah, so available. So we're going to change it to this guy. And we can do this because the G setting stuff will just make this happen. So we should see, when I save this file, right? So I'm going to do this. When I save this file, we're going to see that it tried to set the presence name of woohoo. Or it's going to make a damn liar out of me. Why didn't that work? That should have worked. Maybe that... Oh, that's not bound right, is it? That might be the problem. Credit cards have a minimum transaction amount to make the transaction fee cut me... Yeah, that too. How's it going, Euro? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, this isn't bound. That's the problem. Fuck. Let's load the save presences. Oh, this is the instruct. What? So I think we want to do G settings bind with mapping, which these things suck, but this is what we want to do. Once that transaction fee is last as worthwhile profit, yeah. These things, as you can tell, suck because they've got a whatever. You get to write a mapper function for each part of it, which is okay. It's just it's annoying. But yeah, this is the better way to do this, anyways. All right, so yeah, G settings bind with mapping. So what's going to happen here is the binding will make a bidirectional map, or a binding, so that if one side changes, the other side changes automatically. We don't have to go and update it and stuff. So yeah. For a few more weeks, we get better daylight hours. January equals hibernation. Yeah, I'm looking for, like, I've already noticed it's staying later now, which is good. So that'll be a good time. We have 9 live visitors on the store page right now. Nice. Oh, now they're all gone. Wrestle in the West Asian peripheral known as Europe. Yeah. It's binding between the writability of the... Oh, yeah, of the key. I won't give a shit about that. All right, so the settings object. Manager settings. The bot has been set up for 6 years. I don't know why it's not working. But thank you for the 40 bits. I really appreciate it. Like, that's the bot I've been using since, well, almost since I started streaming. Like, I'm sorry it's broken. I don't know why. It's a Java app that uses JavaScript for its front end and other shit. It's just, yeah. What I really want to do is I really want somebody, not me, to build the, to build a bot framework on top of Purple 3. Because, so, one of the things you all will have no doubtably seen is you see people programming on Twitch all the time that are building bots, right? And they spend all this time into writing command processors and making them do all this stuff and blah, 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 blah. But the problem is their bots only run on one network, right? So all that work just works on Twitch or Discord or whatever, right? Now, Purple already abstracts all of this for us. So wouldn't it be great if you could just bring accounts online that are your bot accounts, and then they could all reuse that same code to do all that same stuff that everybody keeps doing again? What do you mean that's what you used to do with Pidgin 2? You used to write bots with Pidgin 2? Like, the thing is, you wouldn't want to do it in Pidgin. You could via a plugin, but it'd be much better if you just built a user interface, quote unquote, where like you could just give it scripts or something, right? That's what you did? Okay. You wrote a text processor and hooked it up to IRC and XMPP? Yeah, like it's doable, but like if you built a UI instead, then it would be easier. You wrote so many Twitch bots. In fact, you wrote so many bots in general, got bored of them. It's also a moving target, especially stuff like Discord, who will alter, discontinue an API and what. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the idea of building on top of libpurple, right? The protocol implementation is somebody else's problem. You're saying write a bot that is agnostic to... No, I'm saying write a libpurple UI that is a bot framework. Right? So, like, this isn't a great example, but like back in... So, like, if you've ever used Merc or MIRC, the scripts, you'd say, like, on text star to match any channel, right? And then it would be like, if whatever, text dot starts with, you know, foo. Private message, $2 bar, right? Something like that. I don't remember what this looks like. It's been 20 plus years since I wrote Merc script, right? But, you know, on any channel you're on, if a message comes in that starts out #foo, respond with bar, right? So every account you're connected to, or, you know, just use the normal purple stuff too. You wouldn't have to necessarily build anything else on here. And like you would just handle it all there, right? And then like there's no protocol stuff here because this guy in the background is gonna be like, all right, this is a Discord account, right? So, well, it doesn't even matter, right? So it's gonna say, you know, it's gonna be watching the conversation for, we'll say Twitch here, right? And it's just gonna take the message, call this function handler, emit a signal or something with the message to it, and then you're just gonna be like, oh, okay, purple conversation, right? Message. Or here, let's do it this way, right? We don't have a great way to do this yet, but it's okay. We're getting there. Oh, actually, that's annoying. We're gonna have to fix that. But yeah, whatever. You guys get the point. I'm not gonna sit here and try to make a working example because it's gonna take too long. But like you would just handle the bot logic, right? You wouldn't have to handle any of the protocol or anything because libpurple already does all that for you, and it already does all the abstraction. Pidgin as a static platform to target. That'd go so hard. No, I mean like it. So remember, Pidgin is just a user interface, right? libpurple is the thing that does all the magic, right? The easiest way I can try to explain this. So libpurple, including some of the protocols, right? is 89,000 lines of C code, right? Pidgin, just the user interface, is currently 19,000 lines of code, right? So you would just build a user interface, but instead of actually like displaying a user interface, You either interact with it, like, you decide however the hell you want to have it interact. But then, that would just, just sit there and manage everything and do all the things for you. Yeah, no worries, no worries. And Doom 6, like, if you want to do it, cool, but the problem is Purple 3 is still a moving target. So that could be annoying, but, like, there's a bunch of bot stuff I want to do and I want to write, but, like, I'm not going to do it without Lib Purple. Because, why, right? Because, like, think of the things when, like, a community moves to, like, a new network or something, right? They got to retool all their bots. They got to do all that. It doesn't matter. You just add a new account on the new thing and you're done. Because Lib Purple. Yeah, just a few times. Build about using Lib Purple, then you don't have to worry about the protocol. It's just... Yeah, see, but more importantly than just using Lib Purple is if you built it as a user interface. If you built a bot user interface to make bots, right? So, like, the bot user interface doesn't make bots, or isn't a bot. It allows somebody to make bots on top of it, right? Because otherwise, then everybody has to do all the same integrations and stuff again. Whereas if you just put a simple DSL together, or even it's just Lua or like MerkScript or something, and you built a user interface that gave you that, then you're leveraging the power of all the different accounts at the same time, and people don't have to sit there and rebuild the whole thing again and again. I don't know that there is an existing good bot framework. I don't know that one exists. Right, but like the point is, like, when I write a script to handle command processing for whatever, right, I should be able to say something like, okay, so message received, whatever, so whatever, void, whatever, func message received. Right, and this has conversation, or we'll do a Python like, so, right, conversation, message, right, so then I say, if conversation.account, or if conversation.name equals hash RW Grim, then handle Grim commands, right? Otherwise, else handle generic commands, right? Alright, and then over here, Jeff handled Grim commands, conversation, comma message. If message dot starts with stickers, enter raffle, right? Something like that. Otherwise, Alright, so if message dot starts with version, right? Conversation dot write new message 1.2.4.5, right? Mecha Pidgin, I don't know, whatever, right? There you go, right? That's it. Like, this is what you would write as your bot script. Because, like, all the purple abstraction stuff is clicking through and coming to here. And then you go from there. You can see people do some weird stuff in MatterBridge, I'm sure. But the code base is such a mess, you don't want to touch it. And like, there's also Spectrum 2. Well, Spectrum 2 isn't really the same thing, but it's a bridging thing, right? Which I imagine MatterBridge is too. It's to bridge stuff into Mattermost. Spectrum 2 lets you merge stuff wherever. Typically use like XMPP as the protocol between them. All the matrix bridges do similar stuff, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But like, This just your bot logic is separate than the transport because you let Pidgin take care of the transport. I mean, the thing is, it's open source, so people can do whatever they want. I just want somebody else to build it so I don't have to. Right? Like that's the goal. Is like there's some either domain specific language or it's an existing embeddable language. I don't really care what. The problem with JavaScript is embedding JavaScript is a pain in the ass. And like Node actively tries not to document it because they break it all the time and they don't want people to have to deal with it. So good luck. Whereas something like Lua, which is effectively JavaScript, the main differences between Lua and JavaScript are one-base indices, and instead of objects you have tables, and instead of prototypes you have metatables. Aside from that, Lua is JavaScript. And I mean that entirely because they're very close. I mean, you wouldn't have to use Lua JIT here, but you could. But like, there's already a G plugin loader for Lua. So like the other kicker too, right, is any libpurple plugin could then also work in your bot framework too, right? So that means all the protocols. That means password managers. That means you can write plugins in Lua. You can write them in Python. It's all there, right? But yet everybody writes their own bot, and then they have to figure out deployment, and then right, they have to deal with deployment. They have to deal with releases, and it's just yeah. Active presence, and like you could do all this without libpurple, but like why would you bother, right? Like libpurple already has all the stuff for all of this. It just needs that like framework front end piece, whatever, and then everything would just kind of fall into place. Flags for the binding. I think this is bidirectional and or not. Oh, I'm thinking of property bindings. Get and set. But yeah, anyways, that's something I would love to see somebody build. But right now, obviously, requires you building purple 3. Get binding map, user data, and then a destroy notify for the user data. Alright, so purple presence manager, map active, no, get active map. Purple presence manager, set active mapping. No. Alright, and that should get rid of this, which is cool. Debus broker updated? Let's see how many programs are broken. What the hell is Debus broker? Sure, we're gonna put these here. G settings, mappings. The get mapping supposed to look like Debus message broker handle. I mean, yeah, but isn't that just the normal Debus daemon? Just be told, I haven't paid attention to dbus in a long time. So it's not the normal dbus thing. So what is it then? I don't know, I think dbus got to the point of like, it's way more complicated than it should have been. Like, dbus is supposed to be the simple alternative to Cobra. Or Corba, rather. And, like, you look at dbus now and you're like, what the fuck is even this thing? And you're like, oh, but it has introspection. You just have to write this weirdo XML now. You're just like, fine. dbus compatible, Damon, but it's not as broken. Nice. Alright, so get active mapping. This is convert from G settings to an object property. The value is already initialized. Fill the value of the appropriate type. Okay, so the G. Okay, yeah. So here the variant is the string ID, and I have to return a G value, which is the object that we're holding on to. Right? Okay, so there's G variant something string. Is it get string or take string? Get string, which returns a const. Okay, I don't give a shit about the length. So const car star name equals null. Name equals G variant get string. Oh no, this is ID, not name. Not name. G variant get string variant. We don't care about the length. Oh, actually, I think I have to give the length, don't I? Oh no. Okay, yeah. It's optional. Default 0 payout. And this is supposed to say variant, not void. Get the ID of the saved presence from G settings. User data I have to pass in ourselves. We can't destroy ourselves. If we put a ref here, we're never going to die, which is a problem. Okay, yep. Verbal presence manager, star manager, equals data. dbus is so fucking broken. How's it broken? I haven't had to work with it much lately, so I don't really care. It's V35 was updated released 3 weeks ago. Pretty sure we've heard of any snafu. Oh, for dbus? Or for dbus dispatcher or broker. Alright, so we want to do find by ID. And then we just call that with set active, I think. Oh no, never mind. I'm being dumb. I just returned that sucker. Yeah. Alright, so then we say purple, saved presence, star presence, equals null, present, find with ID, manager, comma, ID, comma, null. If purple is saved presence, then G value set object. It's just value, comma, presence. No. Presence. Return true, otherwise return false. This doesn't return a. G pointer array index does not give us a reference, I don't believe so. Yeah, it looks alright. Okay. Alright, so yeah. So this is going to take the string ID, turn it into an object, and then it can map everything properly for this. Fuck, hold on. This might be why I didn't do this way. God damn it. Ugh. It's not rewritable, which is problematic for this. For Debo's broker. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I was looking, most recently I was looking at Debus for the System D idle presence shit. For an idle plugin for Pidgin 3, and I don't know, it wasn't working right, and I couldn't figure out why. So, I don't know. So we just made this readable because you have set active that takes an ID. Yeah, it was hard. I mean, I wasn't touching System D. I was specifically just trying to read like the idle stuff, whatever that came out of Debuzz from it, and I was basically copying the code from i3 idle or whatever it is, and it still wasn't working right. I'm like I don't understand. So the main reason to make this readable only was so that we were just dealing with the IDs, but I don't think this really matters, right? Like, if we had set active by ID, then we should just work. Right? What do you think? From ID or by ID? Which one of those sounds better? First LDO tape of the year is finished writing. Only 32 more to go. Oh boy. Oh. All right. G return val if fail. Purple is presence manager. Manager. By ID unless you generally use for. I don't think so. And here we say return purple presence manager, set active manager presence. The caveat here, though, is we need to make sure that we know what this presence is. So if purple is save presence. If a presence was passed, we need to make sure we know about it already. Sure the manager knows about it already. We could hide this error and just add it to the manager, but chances are there's going to be a ref count issue there, so we don't want to do that. How do we do this with add? Oh, we use create. Oh, that gives us a new one. So we don't add one. Okay, yes, we can't do it that way. Is that the caveat? Well, we can just do it this way. G pointer array find. Oh, okay. This returns true. Okay. Fuck. This is dumb. But when we load the save preferences, oh, okay, that's if it's none. As we loop through, okay, then we just go. Okay, yeah, that's annoying. I guess we already checked if it was there. I wonder if we can map this in too. Oh, we were gonna rework this too. That's annoying, but that would work. Okay. So like we've been kind of brute forcing our way through G settings. Like I've read through G settings docs numerous times, and I've looked at a bunch of examples and stuff like that, and it sucks. But I recently looked at how Ramina, the remote desktop viewer, RDP, VNC, and whatever else it does, and they do things a little bit differently, but I kind of like the way they do it. So like our settings here are weird because we wanted to use separate settings paths and stuff like that. But there's a problem here where like we can't actually delete this line. Like I just can't do it. Just there's no way to do it. So the thought here was going to be, yeah, actually at that point then the presence thing would go away. Right, but anyway, so to figure out these paths, we have to keep track of all of them. Whereas the other option here is, and what we're going to end up doing is there's going to be, so in our config directory right now, right, there's presences.ini, but what we'll end up doing is we'll have a presences directory, which will have all the presences, and then there'll be like an init or manager, or maybe it'll be presences.ini at the top level, right? And like this presences will then just have which one's active and anything else we need for the manager. And then these ones would just be their own files over in their separate files. And maybe we should do that now. This is the problem, right? We do something to get us forward, and then we try to do the next step, and it's like, fuck, we messed something up in the previous step. We need to go and adjust that and handle that and do this, and then we can fix that to move forward on the next step, and blah blah blah. And it's the bummer. Like, not gonna lie, it's a real fucking bummer. Yeah, so the Presence Manager schema has all of this. The other caveat here is yeah. The other caveat is once we go to the separate file stuff, these things don't have to be tied to the manager nearly as tightly as they are right now. Maybe we should just do that. We have a rough idea of how this is going to work now. So if we do this other change of putting the presences into a subdirectory, right? So if we have a presences directory that has all of them, and then we have presences.ini that just lists the thing, right? The path object here doesn't really matter per se, but we'll probably just use a UID because that's just the easiest way to do it. Yeah, no, we'll still use the UID because that'll be the ID. Right, so hold on, let's do that, right? So, thanks directory. Build. Config. Pidgin 3. What? Did I just like mash the keyboard and somehow that says that? I'm not sure what the hell this is supposed to be. Okay, I think I got it. If you didn't notice, I just leaked my damn Twitch OAuth token. So, sorry if you didn't get it in time. Is there anything else in here that I need to get rid of? And I still don't know why I have a file that says that. And like, there's a whole bunch of stuff changed here, so like, I don't understand what's going on. Alright, yeah, I have no idea what the hell this other file is supposed to be. Okay. Anyways, what we needed to do, I don't even know why I opened account. Oh, I opened accounts because it had this shitty extension for whatever reason. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to make presences. And then, event dot presences dot ini. Give me this. VSP this dot ini. No, I want not VSP. SP. There we go. This is 7, 8, whatever, right? We grab these, put this here, we dump this here. Oh, but this is gonna say purple / saved presence. Yeah, I don't think the ID is actually in the schema. Let's check that. Yeah, the ID is not in the schema. Okay. Right, so we just have to keep building these is the fun part. SP .ini. Purple, save presence. It's annoying and tedious, but we just have to do it once. And like you people, all as users, won't ever have to do this. I just have to do it once. Okay, right. So that makes that go away. And maybe we rename this to Presence Manager. Right? Okay. Oh. So this is gonna get ugly quick, but it's okay. This becomes im.pidgin.purple.saved presence. Presence.gschema.exit. Okay. that stays. That all stays. The presence manager stuff goes away. But we're going to put a path on this now because we can. Do we have path before or after? Before. Path equals /purple /saved presence. Shit. Do we have to have a new line on that? I don't remember. Or not a new line. Trailing slash. Yes, we do. It's a real stickler for it, and I can't remember if it needs to be there or it doesn't. Alright. So yeah. So now all this stuff will be here. This is fine. This is all good. Okay. We can delete that from here. It's funny because we merge conflicted on this when we landed this the first time, but it's okay. Okay. So what we're gonna end up doing is, I think we might have to use GFS for it, but I don't think so. But we're gonna walk that directory when we're loading stuff, and then we can just plop those in and they'll be fine. But before we get to that, we got to change a bunch of the API again, because woo, this is gonna get fun. We're gonna break all the unit tests, and it's 11:30. But it's better we get this now, anyways, rather than having to deal with it later. I'm just gonna return null there for a second. Do we compile? Unused parent and expected type data. I spelled settings wrong on 324. Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah. Alright, we are gonna break the freaking world here. Like I said, nothing really uses this yet, so it's okay. It's not a big deal. Purple account manager. Let's see. That we're not going to change. That should be fine. Are we still building purple URL handler? Doesn't G application have a URL handler built into it? There's something about this. There's GTK application that has it. I thought one of these had a URL handler. I guess not. Alright, whatever. Alright, now we got our extra settings object. That's cool. This should build that part fine. What is it named then? Did I save it in the wrong spot? What the fuck did I name this? Damn typos. Okay, set active is different. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, we renamed it. Without saving. Presence manager.h. Do we care about set from ID? I don't think we do. Right, because the presence manager is already keeping track of everything, and it keeps track of it by ID. But we're gonna do the map function anyways to change it into an object, and the UI is gonna have the object anyways. So I don't think we really need the set from ID. Okay, so that gets rid of that part of the problem. Presence to set as active. Knowable. You know, let's make this not knowable. That's, yeah. Set the active presence to at presence. Manager doesn't know. Thank you, Pidgin 2, for just popping up a wall ops message. It's part of the reason why the notifications exist in Pidgin 3. So that doesn't happen. If manager doesn't know about at presence, false will be returned to indicate a failure. Returns true if presence was found and made active. Otherwise, false. Okay. Turn valid fail. Purple is saved presence. Presence. False. This shouldn't ever be null, but that's going to be fixed anyways, so we won't even need that. But we do have to say, we have to look to see if the presence is here or not. Yeah, we gotta use find with ID. It's just, that's fine. So found equals null. Need to make sure the present knows about the past in presence. Find equals find with ID. Manager, comma, purple save, presence, get ID. Everybody got got so quiet? Everybody go to sleep? What's going on? If not, purple is a presence found. I was gonna put a G warning here, but I can just do a G return if fail. Return val if fail. Purple is saved presence found. False. Hold on, issue thread reading stuff. Yeah, it happens. Lurking in code. Okay, okay. Not trying to call anyone out. Just like, where'd everybody go? It's so lonely. I'm in solitude. Alright, cool. So this should take care of that. Create is going to go away. This is going to get rewritten to be void and become add. System D is so bloated with everything. Everything is trivial still do. I don't know about that. If something's bloated, it's generally hard to find stuff, right? Turn val. Fail. Purple is a presence. Presence. Come up false. We need to pass a null in here. Fix this guy too. Presence, the presence to add. And ampersand presence to add manager. You don't need to call this before displaying editor. Yeah, that's gone now. That's not a big deal. That's fine. How does apply work again? Oh. Change G settings object into delay apply mode. In this mode, changes to settings are not immediately propagated to the back end. They're kept locally until G settings apply is called. I think we should use this here, but we're not ready to worry about that yet. I think the best way to do this would be to expose the settings object, maybe. So, like, the deal here is, right, what will end up happening is we will bind the properties of the object, of the saved presence, into widgets, so that we don't have to worry about, you know, copying the text field out and putting it into the property and all that. The binding will just do all that for us. The caveat there is that the property of the object will also be bound to the GSettings object. So that means as you're typing in the input box, it'll fire off a signal which will update the property on the object, which would then update the GSettings backend, which isn't necessarily what you want, because when you're in a dialogue and stuff, you want to have a save and a cancel button, right? So to make that happen, we would have to do the GSettings apply, delay, and then apply. And I think we should do that by exposing the settings object on the save presence. And that's probably fine. Because then the user interface can do the delay and apply. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Posture check. Oh, you all are going crazy with the channel point store. Gonna do another sticker raffle? Or sticker giveaway? I'm guessing Wilfred went to sleep. Um, if that presence isn't, if it doesn't already exist. Returns, there's no transfer because it's a bool. You got the points to do one? What now, Coatsy? It was Wolfred that did the thing, right? Yeah. Returns percent true if presence is added successfully. Otherwise, percent falls if it already existed. Nothing's broken. On fire happening. You're surprised. They have the points. Gotcha. Chips and coffee, an unbelievably good count. It depends on the chips. And are you talking potato chips or no? Those are. Or are you talking French fries? Ranch chips like Cool Ranch Doritos. You're not, yeah. I don't know who else calls French fries chips or fried potato slices. What else do you call French fry? There's got to be a better name for it than French fry. But I'll be damned if I know what it is. Some kind of high-tech sensible fan, please. I know when mine's gone down. Yeah, we don't care about that. Oh shit. Yeah, it's midnight. Cool. One of the printers is finishing. The other one should be right behind it. Alright, so this is magenta on black. Right. I'm trying to keep the printers running as, with as little downtime as possible. These look pretty slick. The other one's still finishing. So, we are on printer 2? No, we're on printer 1. Printer 2. Prepare. Printer 1 just finished. This is fine, that's the right colors. Oh, we don't have to slice again. We're going to go here. But we're going to say this is magenta and this is black. And we're going to hit send. Okay. We're gonna come back here. We're gonna go to first. Prepare. I gotta grab this. Sync. So we did white on yellow. We need to swap. I gotta clean the plate first. So these guys look pretty nice too. Yep. So, we need to do yellow on white here. So we are going to print plate. We are going to first printer. So this becomes white, and this becomes yellow. Oh, it's not yellow, right? And then we hit send away. All right, now we're going to quickly put the magnets on these. Actually, I got to pee first, then we're going to do that. Right back. Alright, we're gonna go here so y'all can see the work I put into these damn things. So, obviously these are the 3D printed pieces, right? Nothing major, blah blah blah. So I have a Cricut cutting machine, and last night I cut 160 some odd magnets. So there's 4. We need 12 more. Whatever, that's probably fine. I can only cut the magnets 10 at a time, which sucks, but whatever. Alright, so, to make this whole thing work, I printed a jig that these will fit into, just right. And then I can pop them out via my little needling tool here, right? But what this does is, it allows me to take the magnet, put it into the jig, right? Then I can use the needling tool here to peel the sticky part off, or peel the protected part off the magnet, the sticky part of the magnet. Then I take the 3D printed piece, I put it in here, I put some weight on it, and then I pop it up. And bam, magnet, perfectly applied every time. So we're just gonna grind through these real quick, because always they stack up and my hands get tired. So if I do them as they print, my hands don't have enough time to get tired, which is cool. But yeah, so this is how we've been, or how I've been going through and doing these things. So when I first started doing the magnets, I was just kind of haphazardly doing stuff, and now I've just decided, since I have almost all the colors of bamboo filament for basic PLA, I'm just going to do white and black variations with each one, right? So right now I'm filling in the gaps. I'm missing a lot more white, but that's okay. But so I'm getting through the last ones for black right now. So there's magenta, and then there's green, and then there's dark green. And I could do brown. I'm not sure I'm going to do brown, but we'll see. And then I also have gray and silver, and I'm not sure I'm going to do those either. But then I have another refill of white filament that I'm just going to throw on another spool. And once I get through the initial, once I get through all the basics for black, then I'm going to start running the second printer to help catch up on white. And then I'll decide if I'm going to do the silver, the gray, and brown. And then I also need to do the new Pidgin winter so I'm trying to do like a season magnet for each one. You'll see I already have a fall one if you look in the sticker site. And I've got the winter one is going to be a white background, and then it's going to be light blue and dark blue. Kind of look like it's frozen or icicles or something. I tried to come up with better ideas, stuff like that. And like originally I had the background being gray, like gray snow, dirty snow, whatever. And people were like, yeah, it doesn't look right. And then the colors were white, light blue, and dark blue. And yeah, it didn't look right. So now we're just gonna do the white background with the blue, with the two blues, and that looks okay. Oh shit! Fuck. Should be okay. There's a hair stuck on there though. Yeah, cat hair, Slater hair. Ooh, not anymore. Oh no, now my fingerprint's in there too. Should be okay. But this is the other reason why the jig is here is, you know, it's harder for me to drop it, it's easier to control, do that kind of stuff. So yeah. But yeah, I still obviously have to photograph all these, get them into the store, blah, 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 blah. One thing at a time. Just one. Come on, come on. There we go. Oh. But yeah, so a batch of 8 of the plastic parts for the magnets takes about 8 hours. So I can do 24 of them a day on each printer. And then it takes like 10 minutes to put the backs on. I'm not sure how long it actually takes to cut the magnets. I haven't actually timed it. It's long enough that I can do like a set of these while it's cutting them. But like I can't like it's not long. I think it's less than 10 minutes. And then like I got to put the magnet thing on the mat for it to print off or to cut off of, and then hit a bunch of buttons and get up and blah blah blah. It's kind of annoying. But yeah. Approaching 7 a.m. Yeah, there we go. The cost of what? Each piece or what? I mean, you were already able to see the cost of the plastic. I will put this here for a second because I don't want to say it, but I will be transparent. It's right here. So the magnets, I'm not sure about the exact cost, but so there's other things you need to consider, right? So when I print 8 of them at a time, it's about $1.29 in plastic, right? So divide that by 8. It's like 50 something. No, it's not even 50 cents. Whatever, right? No, it's like 17 cents or something, right? For the plastic parts. But there's the time that went into developing the model and getting it right and blah blah blah. Yeah, it's an SVG, but getting it right to be in 3D blah blah took a while. There's time that went into figuring out how to make the jigs work. There's the printer time, the printer cost, the Cricut cost, the time figuring out how to get the Cricut to work right, blah blah blah, right? So like the hard cost of the actual pieces isn't much, right? Because actually here I can tell you. So I buy the magnetic sheets, Amazon. The magnetic sheets come in packs of 12. And I can print 120 from them. Right? And that cost me $14. So 14 divided by 120 is 12 cents there. Plus, what do we say for the other one? 129 divided by 8. 16 cents. So all in all, they cost me about 27 cents in hard cost. Right? But the Cricut, I really only get one good printing session out of a mat, and the mats are like 13 bucks. And then, you know, recouping cost of the printers and the Cricut would be ideal. And then we're not even talking about my time, right? The time it takes to put these together, stuff like that. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, the bill of materials. Yeah, no, I'm not making a salary for this. No. Yeah. But yeah, like the two pieces, right? So what do we say? This is 16 cents, or this is 16 cents, and this was 11 cents, right? And they're like, but you have them in the store for $6. Like, yeah, well, for 6 years, I've also covered all the shipping for all the stickers everywhere. Right? And the amount of actual sales on the stickers versus what I gave away is very, very different. Right? Yeah, I'm debating on putting them up on printables or Thingiverse or something like that. But my concern is somebody else will go through the work of getting the store set up right and everything, and then people will pay them, and then the project won't see any of the money from it, right? That's my concern. But, I mean, like, obviously I would have to go after them for trademark infringement, blah, 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 blah. That's doable, but lawyers cost money, right? And it's a pain in the ass. How's it going, Ivanhoe? Welcome, welcome. So yeah, the cost of these things, not much, right? But buying the filament, figuring out how to build them all, how to get as many done on one tray reliably as possible. There's been lots of failures. Right, what's the... It's easy seeing the finished process and not how we got here. How's it going, Tiny Go? Wyeth, welcome, welcome. Also, to be fair, taking these out of the magnetic sheets is a pain in the ass. So, that cost $5 in labor alone. And I haven't come up with an easier way to do that yet. Old Gamer, thank you for the $5. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. So like you'll see on this piece, like you notice how the white's missing there? Here, better contrast on my hand. Yeah, it's called getting them out of the magnetic sheet sucks. Because these things rip and oh yeah, see, they're ripped again. Yeah, like it doesn't take long. It's not super intensive or anything, but this is my 5th design, I think, or 5th attempt at the jig, and I need to print another one because this one's accumulating magnetic residue, and I haven't been able to get it out much, but we'll see. That's why you haven't uploaded any 3D print models anywhere. Some jerk will start batching them for profit and not even give credit. Yeah, most of the goons do not care about, like, yeah, exactly. Like, so like, one of the things I really like about printables is they have all that listed on whether or not you're okay to use them and print them for profit with or without attribution and blah blah blah, right? That's all defined and upfront, but still, that doesn't mean anyone's going to honor it.
Have 1/10 of the labor cost.
Thank you, Coatsy. Really appreciate it. Them biddies. You only see on this. Oh, son of a bitch. Sorry. No, that was not intentional at all. You were supposed to see on the big screen. So yeah, let's try this again. You can see the residue that's collecting around the edges here. But yeah, it's kind of funny. So when I came up with the idea of this thing to apply, so anybody who got the first round of the magnets, I just cut them out manually using a what do you call them? It's a circular knife. It's like a pizza cutter, and I just like kind of freehand cut them, and they were really gross and really bad. And then like I just fit them kind of like rectangles, like right here on the bottom, or on the back, and like, I mean, they worked. But then I was like, this sucks, and it looks really bad. So then I was talking to my niece, who has a Cricut, but this was before Christmas and stuff, and our schedules weren't lining up to get the design figured out and stuff like that. So I just ended up buying a Cricut, which is good that I did, because it takes a long time to cut an entire pack of magnets. But then I was like, oh, well, let me just use the Cricut and cut out the whole back. So now the back looks all nice and fancy, right? So actually, it'll be easier to see here. All right. So that black line around here is the magnet. So, yeah. All right. So that batch is now magnetized. Woohoo! Yeah, it looks real nice. I'm very happy with the way it turned out, and yeah, it did take a bunch of work, but it's fine, right? Like, I like creating things, not just code, right? Like actual physical things. The problem is a lot of the time I'm lacking ideas. But for this, you know, it's kind of, it gets both edges, right? It helps promote Pidgin, and it lets me do something that's relatively easy, but it still gives me a challenge to design something and create it. That said, I really don't like the amount of waste I get from the magnet part of this, but yeah. But hold on. So once I'm done with the magnets, with printing them, I'm gonna get back to printing the key rings. So it's all the same stuff, but there's a key ring on them, and you can put it on your keys. Right? So it's all the same things. Just obviously I'm not nearly as far on what's printed here. But, yep. So these aren't in the store yet. They'll be in the store eventually. But like I said, I still got to figure out the shipping thing and get that done and all that. You left Pidgin back in the day? Nice. But we're still here. We're still around. We didn't go nowhere. Where'd you go? I have a magnetic whiteboard over there, and I'm keeping one of each for me. But obviously, like putting more stuff into the store is easy here for this. But yeah, he's almost exclusively, I don't know, like 2009, 2012. Yeah, well, we're still here. We're still working on Pidgin 3. We started it around that time frame. Let's finish putting this stuff away. Okay. Oh, I need to get water. I'll be right back. Dang, we got another dusting of snow. Alright, and yes, I grabbed some fruit snacks, so I'm getting hungry. Okay, we can jump back to here. Right there, that's good. Okay. We can go, yes, I leave the screen, yes. Sounds good, Leo Stir. You're waiting for it like Godot? What do you mean? What is Godot if it's not the game engine? Alright, now that we're no longer distracted by the printers. Alright. Whatever. Waiting for it to play? Okay. Played by Irish playwright Samuel Beckett, in which two characters, Vladimir and Stragon, engage in varied discussion encounters while waiting titular Godot, who never arrives. Okay. I see what you did there. I understand. I'm not I'm not happy. No. Yeah, no, I know. Pigeon 3's taking for fucking ever. One of these days. One of these days. Everything. We've rewritten so here's the thing, right? Pigeon 2 and earlier was built in a different era of chat applications. So all sorts of design decisions were based on that era. Stuff that seems trivial now, right? Like the ability to do a reaction to a message or to redact, that is to change or delete a message. That seems trivial now, but there's no way possible Pigeon 2 can do that. Because we number one, even though we log messages, we have no way to recall a message aside from a time frame in the logs, right? So like most chat networks now, all of their messages are based on IDs and they're supposed to be in databases and stuff like that. I mean, there's not a spec for IRC reactions yet, but IRC v3 has a whole bunch of stuff, including typing notifications, server-side history, and stuff like that. And stuff like that like Pigeon 2 just still can't do. So anyways, when you start talking about changing the internals of how libpurple or Pigeon 2 or whatever behind it handles messages, you realize that you're playing with a house of cards. And whenever you change anything, that becomes a problem. libpurple is so Pidgin itself is just a user interface, right? What that means is it's just a front end. It's all it is. It's a GTK front end to libpurple. libpurple is our abstraction library that abstracts all the chat protocols into one unified API, as well as the user interfaces. I mean, it's more than tech debt, Tiny Goliath. It's like tech and design debt. It's like the assumptions that the program had back then aren't the same. They're different. So it stacks everywhere. What are you doing, weirdo? Oh, you want some snacks too? Is that what it is? It probably was bankruptcy. Unfortunately, we decided we were going to fix stuff in place. It probably would have been easier at this point in time had we started over, but we didn't. So, yeah. Like, it is what it is, unfortunately, but... Oh, shit. We have this in here twice now. Add internal. Sure. This can go away now. But yeah, alright, we can do this real quick. This should still work. So, if you remember what Pigeon 2 looked like, you can start with what Pigeon 3 looks like. Or it's not gonna... Okay, hold on. I gotta deal with some of this shit to make this work. But yeah. You're building an async IO layer for OCaml. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on design patterns from C. Well, I mean... So, we just use the GIO async stuff. So, like, we don't have to design our own. And likewise, GIO has all sorts of shit for streaming. So like G output stream think I want file output stream. Yeah, right. So, or no. I don't know how you get one of these. Oh, I think it's a G file stream. That's an IO stream. Nope. File IO. No, what the? I don't know how you get one of these. Yeah, basically there's an async method, and then that calls a callback, and when the callback calls, you call the finish method to get the actual result, and that kind of stuff. But yeah. If you started over, you'd probably say we should have done it in place. Yeah, you could go either way with that. the reasoning we went with the in place update was everything is incremental then, but the problem was there was too much to change. So like many people have criticized us for like, well, you should have done smaller incremental updates. And I'm like, fucking how, asshole? Like, okay, great. Why don't you make messages addressable? Here you go. Make a small release. And they're like, I don't know where to start. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Right? People getting up in your business. Like, oh, you should have done it this way. I would have done it that way. And it's just like, that's, it's easy to be on the, you know, on the end or whatever. It's easy to just sit there and come up with an idea and be like, this is what you should do. And that's not really the way it works. Right? But people are like, not in the trenches. Yeah, yeah. Like, we get it all the time, too. It's like, I've had people like, well, why don't you just release what you have? Like, all right, for starters, if we released right now, how many of you remember when KDE 4 came out? KDE 4.0 was released. If you do, you'll remember it was a horrible, broken mess, and the project lost a ton of... people lost confidence in the project and stuff like that, right? People have already lost confidence in us, so it's not a big deal, right? Us taking our time and doing it the right way is fine. Remember KDE being terrible too? Yeah, exactly, yes, right? But then the next problem is people don't understand that we are a library. We have API guarantees we have to meet, right? So if I release Pidgin 3.0 right now and I realize that any of the API is broken, I either have to come up with creative names to do that in an append-only way, or I have to start Purple 4, right? And just, yeah. It's I've stopped trying to talk and reasoning with those people because they don't get it, they don't want to get it, they don't care. They're just like, but why? And it's just like, dude. I think it's a matter of transparency or people being greedy. I think it's I think it's a matter of people are willfully ignorant. I think that's really what it is. Tire kickers are really annoying. Yes. Like, people don't want to know. There's like, it's just code. It just happens, right? And then you get the other side of the people that are like, you know, if you rewrote it in Rust, it'd be memory safe. And I'm just like, that's not a concern of mine. And why is that not a concern of mine? Because a rewrite is never going to happen. If we were going to rewrite, we would have started the rewrite so the Pidgin 3 concept started in 2008, but I think the branch started in 2012. If we were going to rewrite it, we would have done it in 2012, right? Aside from that, I'm not going to use a language I don't know to rewrite Pidgin in because it's trendy and it has memory guarantees, right? Like, it doesn't matter how much memory guarantees it has if I don't understand the language enough to be able to do things properly, which means I'm just going to, you know, constantly be rewriting shit because I don't know the fucking language. But people don't understand that. Yeah, Tiny Glad, that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is people don't want to listen to my explanations. They think I'm rationalizing or they think I'm full of it. I don't know. But all the time, People come to me and with a question, I'm like, yeah, well, in my experience, blah, blah, blah. They're like, all right, well, I'm going to do it anyway. Why'd you even ask? Right? Why'd you waste my time? Because I go, oh, but you've learned Rust in those 10 years. Yeah, like, no, I haven't. Like, I don't have all my VODs here, but my first Twitch stream, and in the beginning of my Twitch streaming here, I work a lot on a tool called Convey, but we also still do a lot of Pidgin stuff on those streams. And my first stream was March 1st of 2017, right? That means we're coming up on 7 years of streaming. And for at least 6 of those years, well, no, we'll say even 5. 5 of those years, I was streaming 3 nights a week, at least 4 hours a night, so 12 hours a week, 12 times 52... times, we're going to say at least 5 years. So that's 3,120 hours working on Pidgin 3 on Twitch. And people are like, why aren't you done yet? Come to a stream and find out why. Holy shit. Leo Stera, thank you for these 6 months in advance. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. You didn't need to do that, but thank you so much. What was the other thing? Oh, was he going to do it each time for the 6 months? Okay, I don't know why I did it twice, but okay. Also, people don't seem to realize you can fork stuff. Just fork and yeah, exactly, Kelsey, exactly. Then there's some people just don't care. Yeah. So, well, we don't have to touch on that, but yeah, it's why you left your last full-time job, as they just wanted fast fixes, not proper fix issues. Yeah. I'm currently doing contracting on, and that's the mindset I have to take, because I don't have the time to actually make proper fixes. That'd be fun to get all the screen time. Are you talking about Fun Pidgin? Fun Pidgin wasn't forked for proper reasons, if that makes sense. And Fun Pidgin, I don't remember all the details because I wasn't exactly involved. But we removed the ability to like have a preference for showing joins and parts, and instead we developed a plugin that was smarter about it. And the Fun Pidgin developer was like, this is a travesty and a crime against humanity. We're gonna fork Pidgin because you guys aren't fun, and we're gonna name it Fun Pidgin and blah blah blah. And like they just started accepting patches and stuff from people, and obviously they weren't able to keep up because back in those days Pidgin moved a lot faster. And I'm hoping we'll get back to that, but we also shouldn't need to be doing that, but whatever. But it was just like they said different defaults and had extra stuff in the tree. That's all Fun Pidgin was. Well, I mean, arguably Pidgin was pretty dead there for a while too. Like if we're being completely honest with ourselves, having one release a year isn't exactly, you know, a flourishing project. Right? It's like it happens, right? Everything ebbs and flows. It's not the end of the world. 180. Oh, right. Yeah, we have to do all this at once. This is fine. All right, so presence equals purple presence, purple save presence. Create. Yeah, so like right now, the whole idea of like rehashing things because I don't know Rust, right? So that's a horrible language for me to rewrite this in. We had a design for this. It functioned, but it's not the right design. So now I'm rewriting parts of it to make it better, right? And this is a language I have 25 plus years experience in, right? Sometimes you just got bad designs. Why challenge yourself even harder by learning a language at the same time as writing a project as complicated as Pidgin? Yeah. I mean, then again, if it's, yeah, right. Pidgin 2 is stable. I mean, it doesn't handle the newer protocols that well, but it does handle them, right? But it does it the best that it can. So, yeah. Yeah, is this project dead issues that are like, and you look, it's like last commit 2 days ago, and you're like, excuse me? Hey, but some mature projects just don't need that many updates. But yeah, exactly. But like, what I mean is like, back in the game in the early Pidgin days, there was so much going on, there was so much happening in chat, and there were so many features and stuff for us to add that we had a lot of explosive development, right? Everything just came together and was going and blah, blah, blah. Whereas nowadays, chat has pretty much gotten pretty mild, right? There hasn't been any big new features in chat in a while, right? Like Slack was probably the last big driving factor for new features in chat. And not much has changed since then, right? Slack introduced message reactions, threads. They still don't do replies, but like other things have done replies and stuff like that, right? But like the majority of that stuff came from Slack, and Slack hasn't changed much. So yeah, once code's been cleaned, you will likely find it will get more. Yeah. That's the other thing too is, I wrote a blog post on this too. How the hell did I hit the thing? Oh, okay. I got a new footrest, and apparently, when I tip it towards me, it's hitting my foot pedal, and it's yeah, and it's perfectly lined up to hit the middle foot pedal to switch scenes. How's it going, Dan? Thank you for the 16 months. Greatly appreciate it. So I wrote this blog post a while ago. I need to get back on the blog post stuff. I know it's been a while. But I wrote this blog post about a scary code base, right? Our code base is scary. The Pidgin 3 branch of the code base, not nearly as scary. In fact, it's quite nice to work in. There's still a lot of work to do, but like, one of the reasons why Pidgin got so sluggish, let's go with that, is while we were able to attract new contributors to Google Summer Code and stuff, we weren't able to keep those contributors. Those contributors would move on and do other things for whatever reason, right? This is open source. People don't have to give us an exit interview, right? Whatever. They just one day they stop committing and they stop contributing, and that's the way it is. Maybe they come back, maybe they don't, right? We don't know. We have no control over that. But that said, our code base definitely hasn't helped us keep any contributors. Stuff is super messy. Stuff isn't even organized decently. Coding styles are all over the place, and just like, if there's something that's going to keep you away from a code base, our code base probably has it, right? And I talk about that a bit in that blog post. I don't get into specifics about it. It's more a matter of that blog post is more a matter of understanding that people are always learning, and cherish your contributors, basically. But yeah. So the CI/CD for the project right now uses JetBrains Team City for everything. The problem with the CI/CD for a project like Pidgin is we're trying to target everything, right? Because my philosophy on this is it is a million times easier for me to find and fix a bug in the development cycle than it is to walk an end user through how to reproduce it and or provide me a stack trace, right? So we try to compile on everything so we can get build errors and everything right away and so on. Now the problem with that is CI systems are fucking garbage, and they have been forever. So I wrote a tool called Convey that uses containers and will build our code in a different distro in a container for all of that, right? So like we can build, so like on my machine here, so let me back up. Years and years and years ago, this is like 2008, 2009, I set up a Jenkins instance to do Pidgin CI/CD. I used a bunch of virtual machines and a whole bunch of other stuff, and ultimately what ended up happening was the maintenance burden of keeping all those VMs up to date was too much, right? But aside from that, the bigger problem was only the core Pidgin team could use it because we weren't going to run some random person on the internet's code, because back then they would have just installed a backdoor or something, right? We didn't have crypto miners and stuff yet. So that sucked and whatever. Then in 2014, I finally learned about Docker. I start using stuff like that, and I realized, hey, I can just once a week rebuild an entire container for an operating system once a week, right? That's how I can do the updates of the platform, of the system. I can, because Docker Hub is free for open repositories and stuff, and all I'm doing is taking like a Debian, a Fedora, whatever, and I'm installing our build dependencies, I can post those images publicly, which then also means that anybody else on the internet can use those images and that work I put into it initially, which now is basically nothing, and then they can go and build Pidgin wherever, right? So, for example, I will just log into one of the build agents I can show you. So, we're just going to go to my home directory. We're in my home directory. Right, so this is one of the build agents. Everything's using Tailscale, so even though this is on my LAN, I'm connected via Tailscale IP right now. So good luck trying to get in, right? But I can just HTTP, or what am I doing? HT clone, HTTP keep.imfreedom.org/pigeon /pigeon. Mine needs to be default because I just want to get the default branch. Yeah, I'm curious about head scale, but when Tailscale upped the device limit to 100, it was just like, yeah, well, I have no need to worry about head scale, right? But yeah, we used to use oh, Quantum Apprentice with a raid. Welcome, welcome. There's an ad about to start, so sorry. But I was your stream, Quantum Apprentice. What were you up to tonight? And how are you doing? Use Tailscale too, yeah. Learning React this month. Ah, cool, cool. So we're just going through a quick demo of a tool I wrote a long time ago called Convey, which I had to take its development underground for nasty reasons. It's still a GPL application, but no new features or anything go into anything public right now. And also, I've been spending more time on Pidgin than I have in Convey in the past couple of years. But we still use Convey as a thing. So anyways, so all these problems with the build system, I'll quickly recap from people coming from Quantum Apprentice stream. So Pidgin, we try to build on too many platforms. Like right now, we're trying to build, or we don't have it right now, but ideally we want to build on 13 different Linuxes, FreeBSD, OpenBSD, Mac, and Windows. And technically speaking, we should be building libpurple on Haiku because we have a downstream right now for Haiku. Haiku OS is a modern implementation of BOS, if you're familiar with it. Anyways, they wrote a chat application last year or the year before as part of Summer Code, Google Summer Code, and they use libpurple 2 as the backend. So we should, make things easier for them and make sure we still compile on BOS and don't have problems. You can't use GTK on BOS or on Haiku for technical reasons, and nobody's done the work to do it. So, like if you want to get a chat application on Haiku, that's how you have to go with it. What's a good tool for this stuff? But he's gonna advert for the finals, an FPS game you'll never play, never want to play, and if you wanted to, the kernel anti-cheat won't run on one. Yeah. All right. So, anyways, so we got the Pidgin codebase cloned. I should have just grabbed the archive tar, whatever, but it's fine. But so I can say convey run. So wait, hold. So do I have NeoFetch on here? No, it's a build agent. Why would I? Right. So cat/etc os release. Right. This is Debian GNU Bookworm or whatever. Debian 12, aka Bookworm. Right. But we can convey run Fedora 39 AMD 64. And what the hell? Why do we fail to create a network? Oh, I'm not in the Docker group. That's why. Okay, hold on. Sudo add user gram docker new group docker convey run Fedora 39 AMD 64. Okay, still on Debian, whatever, blah blah blah. But now we're gonna build for Fedora. Oh, Tailscale. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. But yeah, so all the convey agents. Well, my convey agents are real machines. Reconaro, he's a former Pidgin developer. He's retired and stuff, but he's still involved with our foundation, our nonprofit that we're Pidgin's an umbrella under, blah blah blah. So he has VMs running in his basement. I have machines and VMs running in my basement. We use Tailscale to get them all in the same network. But so we're gonna build for Fedora here, and then we're gonna do something more fun, right? But we're gonna go ahead and this can do the whole build against Fedora 39. The Fedora build should have been updated on Thursday or Friday, I think. So worst case, the image is about 7 days out of date. Today you learned about New Group. Yeah, New Group is a stupid tool. So I think you can stack it, but it basically like creates a subshell with your groups updated. So like typically what you do is you'd add yourself to a group, then you'd log out and log back in. You can use New Group and you don't have to. But it does create another shell level, so keep that in mind. So like if you notice my shell history got weird, because I spawned a new shell, or New Group spawns a new shell. But yeah, so we're getting through the build, blah blah blah. The convey output needs cleaning, but like the entire build name is here. This probably shouldn't be here when we're just doing a single plan at a time, but whatever, there's stuff like that we can take care of. But you know, so now it's just going through, it's doing the configure part of Meson, so it just found, it did G-plugin as a sub project. Now it's finishing the configuration. All right, there's the output, and now it's building Pidgin 3, right? But anybody can do this, right? I should have picked another machine, but I picked this because it already has convey and Docker on it. But like, this machine doesn't have the Pidgin 3 dependencies, right? And what do I mean by that? So if we go over here, dpackage myshell, pipe to grep, glib, pipe grep dev. There's no glib dev package on this machine, right? It's just, it's not here. It doesn't need to be. All right, dpackage minus L, wc minus L. There's only 461 packages on this machine. And how many of them are dev packages? That's it. Right? Because everything's taken care of in the containers. All of the dependencies are resolved in the containers. So all we're doing is we're volume mounting in the source code into the container, and we're running the build in the container. And then we can spit out artifacts too at the end. So we'd usually do su current user to update groups, but it's the same problem. Yeah. Yeah, New Group, I ran across that a long time ago with Docker stuff. I was like, wait, what's this command? And I'm like, oh, that's a good one. I got to remember that one. But yeah. So we're just going to wait for this to finish building here. There's a bunch of warnings, deprecations, and stuff. We're aware GTK 4.10 deprecated a bunch of stuff, and we're in the process of migrating away from it. It takes time, right? And we could disable the deprecation warnings on it, blah, 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 but then like we still have to go and clean up the code anyways. And we got to remember what we marked as ignoring deprecations, blah, 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 you know. So, we're getting there, The build is a bit complicated. My machine is a lot faster than this machine. This is like a quad core with hyper threading or something, I think. Whereas my machine is a Threadripper. So obviously mine is going to go faster. Anyways, now we get to the docks. That takes minutes. Come on. Like I said, the docks do take minutes. Your wheel isn't being detected? Uh-oh. Okay, so we finished the Fedora build, right? Cool. We do have an export for this. What do we have there? So Fedora 35. So we have the whole build directory here, right? So we exported all the artifacts from here. So if we look at libpurple, right? LDD libpurple 3.so.0.0, right? This is missing stuff because this is it's trying to link to the Fedora versions and the Fedora names if they're different or whatever, right? So stuff's not found. That's okay, right? Because it's the Fedora stuff, right? But here, let's have some more fun. Let's convey run Debian bookworm. Wow, shit, did we? I don't know that we set this up here. Oh, we did. Okay. So, convey run Debian Trixie risk v. Oh, it's risk v64. And we're gonna pull down a container, and we're gonna build natively for risk v on an Intel machine. Now there's a little trickery going on here. So we're using QEMU user static, which will let you run an application pretending you're on a different architecture, right? So it's like running a VM, but not. The QEMU user static is basically just converting the API calls and stuff for the one architecture into the current architecture. But this will let us build. So we have all of the build tools, all the dependencies of everything. They're all RISC-V, and we're building them on an x86 machine via the containers and QEMU user static, right? But rather than having a bunch of single board computers for ARM, RISC-V, blah, 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 we can do this all with containers. If an all Haswell quad core you need to get shot of, taking up covered space, might chuck it to eBay, yeah. You self-hosted Git with Kate's hosting on the workers on a pile of VMs for different distros. So the first problem there is we don't use Git. And we don't want to use Git. I don't care how much you love Git. I'm never using Git for any of my projects. You just replay every week with the new version. All right. Ton of work to get set up, but it's a fun side project. Yeah. We also have a Kubernetes cluster running all of our infrastructure. So like Team City runs in Kubernetes. But the workers are all handled and managed. Some of it set up via Terraform, and then we run Ansible against those Terraform machines. But we're terraforming onto libvirt hosts because we just have old hardware laying around, and it's better to repurpose it for something like that than to pay for cloud space. So yeah. Don't know if do it can load a GUI though. I mean the build doesn't matter, right? It just this is one of the build agents, and this is this is just what it does, how it works, kind of thing. But like we have plenty of build hosts right now. So Team City, yeah, I know that's all busted for other stuff. So there's only 7 right now. The FreeBSD ones are messed up, and the Windows ones are messed up. I need to get back and fix those. Oh no, actually that one's there. The OpenBSD ones aren't working quite right well right now. I forgot what's wrong with the Windows one, but I was gonna rebuild it from scratch anyways, and stuff like that. So yeah, but anyways, we're building RISC-V here, blah blah blah. This obviously takes a little bit because it's going through an abstraction layer and stuff like that, but it works, it gets it done. Get enough for every project. It's just what you're used to as long as you can self-host. Yeah. Like we were talking earlier about how people are, they say things that they don't know they talk about things with certainty when they have no idea what they're talking about, right? Another one of those is, you guys would get more contributors if you were on GitHub. That is categorically false. And they don't seem to understand that. Because while GitHub may be the quote-unquote home of open source, I can think of 3 major open source projects that don't use GitHub. Actually 4. Xorg isn't on GitHub. Is Wayland on GitHub? I don't know if they are. But GNOME, KDE, and Firefox. Oh no, Firefox is finally moving, but yeah. Sounds like you every time you open your mouth. But no, so like the more important thing is, like, if you go and look at the projects that are tagged with C with the most stars, you'll see that the first page of results barely breaks 10,000 stars, I think. Right? So if you just sort C projects by number of stars and then sum up all the stars on all those projects on the first page, it's not even like 10,000 lines, 10,000 stars. Or maybe it's like the first 3 only have 10,000 lines or something, right? It's abysmal, right? So it's like, all right, so what I am seeing when I look at the results is there's not much C development on GitHub, right? Okay, whatever, not a big deal. Then you look at GTK, the GTK tag, and there's almost nothing there, right? Because where are all the C and GTK applications? They're on gitlab.gnome.org. And then people are like, well, there's a read-only mirror on GitHub. And I'm like, yeah, that's just to shut you people up. Like, they don't do anything with it there. There's no issue tracking. There's no merge request. There's no commits being pushed there first. It's a mirror. It's just to shut people up. And yeah. Bitbucket was great until they got rid of Mercurial. And when they got rid of Mercurial, I wrote a Mercurial hosting tool called HG Keeper. Because rather than go to Git, I wrote a code hosting tool. SourceHut is cool too, except SourceHut's contribution model sucks. And it's like, I get it, Drew DeVault loves email. Guess what? Most people don't want to fucking put their email credits into their version control tool. And why he didn't set up an email gateway that just authed against your SourceHut account and then do it that way, I'll never fucking know. Right? Like, I don't know why you have to use your email's SMTP server and why he doesn't just have an SMTP server that accepts your SourceHut credentials, and then you don't have to worry about spam. You don't have to worry about having your email credentials all over your file system, right? Yeah, I know it's brilliant. I don't know why they haven't fucking done it. I've been saying this for years. And to be fair, I pay for SourceHut. I like SourceHut. It's a good cloud backup for me. But, like, I'm never using their contribution model because, number one, email fucking sucks. Number two, I'm not putting my real email credentials into just sitting in a plain text file in my file system. I know because of Pidgin's past history, people are going to look at that the bad way. Pidgin 3, we do not store your passwords at all. We don't even attempt to do crypto. Everything we divert out to either libsecret, KDE wallet, keychain access on Mac, WinCred on Windows. I thought there was another one. But yeah, we don't touch passwords. We don't even try to attempt it now. You move your shit from SourceHut to GitHub just to yeet them to SourceHut? Nice. Moved all your Git repos onto GitLab. Nice. GitHub is cesspool and your code will be fed to the AI closed or open source so you don't get a choice. Yeah. So here's the thing. You know about Microsoft's whole opt-in to Copilot? It's not that one either. The fuck is this? Anyways, there's... Yeah, this one. I don't know who the fuck Tito is, but we didn't put our code here, right? That's why it hasn't had an update in 7 years. But that means because this was an opt-in, because the code was put on GitHub, that it was okay to be put into Copilot. Because Microsoft's just hoping you don't understand how, or just hoping you don't care that they're ignoring how open source works, and that their lip service is going to be enough to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? Because the thing is, it's open source. As long as somebody's following the license, they can distribute it however they want. This person has decided to redistribute our source code under our state and license still on GitHub. Our license allows them to do that. And they're following that license. This is not consent from the project. But it's in Copilot. And we got another name problem here. But this hasn't been touched in 2 years, and there's not a whole lot of work here, so not really worried about it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to look at it later, but we'll see. Yeah, the Pidgin's going to use the OS Secret Manager. That should be Yeah, exactly. And so we're waiting for this build to go. That's why we're just chatting around right now, right? We're doing a virtualized build on a machine that's going to take a little bit of time. But like, so you'll notice in my HG stat, there is a keychain access.m file. So when we wrote the Mac keychain access stuff, we did it in C by just kind of figuring out their Objective-C code and calling the C parts. For whatever reason, I started trying to move this to Objective-C here. I don't really know Objective-C. but I don't really need to know it. I know I just need to interface with it enough to get it to glue everything together, right? But like, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make that plugin be Objective-C so that we don't have to do the nonsense we had to do. In theory, we could make it Swift as well, but I have a better chance at learning Objective-C enough to make this happen than Swift. So, but yeah, the whole point is, you know, one of the problems we had in Pidgin 2 and earlier is, and I know this is going to sound weird to newbie developers now, is when Game and Pidgin were first developed, there wasn't a whole lot of useful libraries. So like, there wasn't such a thing like a password manager library. There just wasn't one, right? Like, you got OpenSSL, and then you had to figure out how many rounds of SHA you had to do for a Scram implementation, right? And then you had to do it right. And it sucked, right? One of the things we're doing in Pidgin 3 and everything is we're getting rid of all of that cruft, and we're using the libraries that exist now, including things like password managers. But yes, how's it going, Togglebit? Welcome, welcome. And no, I do not love Objective-C. That said, I love it more than I love Rust. Actually, no, it's not true. I fucking hate Objective-C. And Rust I don't really have an opinion about. But anyways, if you all don't know Togglebit, you should go give him a follow. He is a Rust developer, and he works on a TUI interface. I forget the name of it. But yeah, great streamer. Go give him a follow. That doesn't set the bar high? Yeah. But yeah, so anyways, the whole point of this build is we should get an export at the end, and I can show you that the executables are actually compiled for RISC-V. But it's not going to build right because it fails on one of the unit tests, I think. Or right, the build's not going to be successful because it fails on one of the unit tests. What's that face about RISC-V? We also have ARM64 and ARM-HF builds. The whole point about building for different architectures, one of the things people don't realize is when you're building for a different architectures have all sorts of weirdo rules. And those weirdo rules can help you find bugs in your program. But this isn't actually a RISC-V machine. We're using QEMU user static with a Docker container to build for RISC-V. So we're not building on hardware. This is all virtualized. But so like a long time ago, I had to fix a bug on Solaris, and somebody gave me SSH access to their machine because SSH requires memory-aligned reads. Right? So, oh, okay, we had some weird pointer math that was doing some stuff weird, whatever. Fix that while bug's gone. Right? But like, you don't find that stuff unless you try to compile on different architectures and try to run it everywhere. And I understand for people that live in the web, that's not something they have to deal with, and that's fine, right? But like, your web browser has to care about that. Just because you're building a website using JavaScript, that's all abstracted out to you by V8 or whatever. But V8 definitely has to care about all of that. And actually, Togglebit, while you're here, if you're still here, I'm assuming Rust takes care of everything for you when it comes to memory, or a lot of memory-aligned reads and stuff. And I'm assuming they don't do any sort of struct packing or anything like that. Well, no, there's got to be able to. Or maybe it's only an unsafe. I don't know. It solves it, but it works on my hardware. It should be fine, right? Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole point about building on everything is, right? I stated earlier, it's a million times easier for me to go and look at the build agent logs and then log into the build agent and then, you know, troubleshoot the problem than it is to asynchronously work with a user who may not know anything about development and try to find and reproduce their bug, right? Rust even takes care of your kid. Yeah, I mean, at least make sure that you keep your lies straight to your kids, right? Because it's memory safe. It keeps all your memory safe of what you've told them and what you haven't told them. And what lies you've told them, right? That's what memory safe means, right? It just remembers all the things. But yeah. Alright, come on. We're only halfway through this fucking build. Yeah, it's not fast doing it this way, but it works. Alright, well anyways, while that's going, we'll come back and check on that later. So we need to try to get this part finished. And yep, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's broke. So that's okay. Oh, that's gone on 185. But yeah. So, oh, yep, okay. This is. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna say purple save presence new. Previously, we didn't have the new method because of the way the settings stuff worked, and that became the problem. But now we're working around that, so that's not an issue anymore. I wonder if we should new take the name and presence? We'll just keep it empty for now. We'll go from there. But only if your story compiles, yes. Oh, okay, well, we failed anyways. Why do we fail? Oh, because it took too long. By default, so the idea of convey is that at some point we would want to build pull requests and stuff like that. So the idea was that by default, if you're you get killed at 15 minutes, right? So like, if you're submitting pull request after pull request after pull request to get your crypto miner work, you only get 15 minutes at a time. But did we did have the export? Okay, so cd you can override that obviously, and it's overwritten in TeamCity. I just forgot to do it here. So if we go to libpurple, yeah, cool. So if I look at file libpurple.3.so.0.0, wait, oh, elf 64-bit. I saw that and thought x86-64. Least significant byte, shared object. I have no idea what UCB means. Risk V, RVC, no idea. Double float ABI, okay. Version 1, System 5, dynamically linked, build ID, blah blah, with debug info, not stripped. But yeah, so we produced a Risk V thing by not having to set up a cross compiler. We used the native compiler, but we abstracted all of it via QEMU user static using a container to do all the work. So it's not the greatest thing, but it works, right? But this is why I built Convey. So Convey itself right now, what we're looking at, this is just a runner, right? And I built it this way because I knew building the rest of the CI was going to take time, and I could take the runner and I could get all the benefits of it without having the rest of the CI tool, right? So when TeamCity runs, it runs Convey, right? And the Convey plans are all right here in the code base, right? So like when we just ran Risk 5, right? So here's the plan name, the environment. It just sets an environment variable, Davian Trixie, Risk 64. And then it runs stages with the task of import build, and then it always runs the export task. Yeah, and that's it, right? And then this, it was built to be composable, so you can have reusable ones. So there's the import task there, the build task just uses other environment variables up here, right? So the registry is docker.io, the repository is Pidgin builders, and then the tag for the image is the target that we set in the build plan, and then the export is similarly, it takes the entire directory, build-target, and drops it into target back on the host. So yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'd say it's massive for like people have been able to do this for a long time. QEMU user static's been around for a long time. So yeah. Have a good one, Tiny Goliath. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. And yeah. Right. Who did the subs before? Where's the subs? Oh, it was Leo Stera. I was thinking somebody gifted a bunch of subs, but no, it wasn't. Okay, never mind. Oh, Pidgin existing is well, so the thing is, mobile isn't something we're really targeting. And I know people aren't happy with that, but they've got to understand something. We can't get push notifications. Right? We can't get push notifications for Google Chat and Discord and whatever, right? And we can't get push notifications without us standing up a shit ton of infrastructure and handling all that, right? So what does that mean? by we can't get push notifications? Well, it means we have to keep pulling the network and the servers. And what does that do to a phone's battery? It drains the ever-living crap out of it. So, if we are going to make a mobile client, people are going to constantly complain that we are draining their battery. And that is just not something I want to deal with. Yeah, so like I'm using Conversations on my phone because it doesn't drain the battery as much as Zabber used to. Because Conversation set up a server with push notifications. Yeah, exactly. But like, because we can't do push notifications, shit's just not gonna be happy. And it's just, yep. And you know, getting back to the whole people not realizing what they're asking thing, I've had people ask me if we would consider making Pidgin for iOS for people that could sideload it. And I'm just like, no. They're like, but why? And I'm like, no. Like, I'm not even gonna, like, I shouldn't even spend my time explaining it to you. But for starters, you're asking me to build a completely new UI, figuring out how to get the backend to compile on iOS, using languages I don't know for a device I don't use. Yeah, what's the problem? Why would I do that? Well, you'd make so much money for it. No, I wouldn't. Because anybody who's gone through the problem of sideloading stuff onto their iPhone via Cydia isn't fucking paying for shit. That's the whole reason they did sideloading. And like, more importantly, we can't even go in the iOS App Store because the iOS App Store isn't compatible with our license. And we can't grant an exception to our license because all of our licensees, or licensors, like, at least a handful of them aren't alive anymore, so we can't grant an exception. But yeah, just do this thing. It's just like, oh my god. Like, where do I even start with these people sometimes, right? And do we need the escape name anymore? Not suitable for serialization, whatever the hell that means. Yeah. Purple, saved, presents. New. No parameters. Creates a new saved presence. Return, transfer full, the new instance. Since 3.0. Oh. We need to start doing this too. Perfect ad timing? Yeah, it happens. Alright, welcome back from the ads. So, for whatever reason, a while ago, when we were putting in the synth tags, I was just like, yeah, since the version when it got added, 3.0.0. Except, that's not how API versioning works. You can't add new API in a micro version, right? It has to be a minor version is when you add new API, or a major, right? But regardless, the minor version has to change to add new API. So if we release 4.0 instead of 3.9, cool, right? We don't have to do 4.1 to add new API. We can do that because the major updated. But the problem is we put all these in as including the micro, and that's just totally erroneous and not necessary. So new stuff going in should have 3.0, and at some point we have to go through and update all the things. We're not going to jump on that right away, because it's just a very noisy commit for not much value. But like, you know, we're modifying a bunch of stuff here. Okay, cool, get that one. We didn't touch anything up here, leave that one alone, right? And then hopefully we'll get to that stuff later. I think Delphi is still worth learning. I'm going to tell you the thing I tell all new developers. It depends. primarily on what you're trying to do with your career. If you want to learn it because you think it'll be fun to learn, by all means, knock yourself out, right? But if you want to learn it to try to get a job or something like that, then okay, right? So like I live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Milwaukee is primarily .NET and JavaScript. I don't enjoy either of those languages. So for me, finding work is difficult, right? Because I don't want to write either of those languages. This is one of the other reasons why I am also into DevOps and stuff like that, because I can learn a DevOps or whatever, because I can do DevOps, and that's fine, and that pays the bills, right? But like, there, a lot of people will ask as a new developer, they'll be like, "Well, I heard Python's all the rage," and like they're like, "Well, should I learn Python over Node?" And I go, "Well, it depends. What's your goals here, right? If your goal, as most people's is to get a job, then you should learn whatever language you're more likely to get a job in your area. If you're trying to get a remote job as a new developer, you're going to have a hard time. If you land it, congratulations, but realize how lucky you are. But like, you don't even necessarily have to learn like the language, especially as like your first job, because the hardest part about becoming a professional developer is getting that first job, right? So again, it all depends on your motivation. If your motivation is just to learn language, then cool, whatever, right? I think Borland still has Visual Delphi. I've never done it. I did a minor amount with Pascal, and I did a little bit with Kylix. Kylix was Visual Delphi for Linux. I did a little bit with that a long time ago, but I'm just not really a Pascal fan. But I used to use Borland C++ Builder all the time in the 90s, so whatever. It's a limited, I think you mean market? You work in Delphi and enjoy it. And with the addition of FireMonkey, you can compile for all platforms. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a good reason to join it, to learn it, which includes you just want to learn it, that's fine, right? No judgment there. But, like, what does it mean by still worth learning, right? Like, I can't answer that. That's a personal thing, right? Like, if your goal is to learn Delphi, then go learn Delphi, right? I mean, it is a place, but yeah, Borland named their object-oriented Pascal Delphi. That's what Delphi is. Yep, I'm going, Ivanhoe. Catch you later. As a PHP developer, you have no say in this? Yeah, that's fine. PHP too, right? A lot of people love to hate on PHP. A lot of people get paid a lot of money to write PHP. Right? And it's just like, yep. Like, people always want to hate on languages because they think, let me back up. For whatever reason, people in comp sci, and this includes developers, this includes ops people, security people, whatever, or just people in general, people seem to think that there's unequivocally one thing that is objectively best at everything in its field at one point in time. Obviously, the answer to that is flat out no, right? There is nothing that is gonna, there's no language, there's no operating system, there's no Linux distro that is objectively the best for everyone. It's not possible, right? People have different goals, people have different objectives, people have different experiences, different everything that throws all of that out the window. But some people can't see past that. Not, the best tool isn't even necessarily the one that works. The best tool is the one you know. Right? That's the whole joke about the... Do you guys know the joke about the PHP hammer? I'm not trying to hate on PHP, but it's kind of... That's a joke, right? Okay, so this is an... Okay, search. PHP hammer. So the PHP hammer... Is that actually here? Yeah, the PHP hammer, right? It works. Yep. And if you know how to use it and it works, good. But it doesn't have to work the way that everybody else thinks it does. Right? Because, you know, you just hammer with this part where it says PHP or on the other side, right? And it's fine. Works like a hammer. So, yeah, well, technically, the best tool is the one that works is correct. I would just add on to it is the best tool is the one you know that works. Because otherwise you get the PHP hammer. But, I mean, the PHP hammer is okay too. Like, if that works for you, whatever. I don't care. It doesn't affect me at all, right? And that's the other thing about the people that want to do, like, these holy wars, especially, like, with editors and stuff, which is absolutely ridiculous. It's like, great. You've spent 30,000 hours learning Vim to give yourself 2 more actions per minute. I don't care. Because as a programmer, I spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about what I'm going to do instead of typing. Right? But I guess, you know, when you're typing out that code, that extra 2 actions per minute is going to make all the difference. It's just, I don't get it, man. Downside Delphi is a license cost. You can't dev on Linux. If you work on Linux, you need to use Free Pascal or Lazarus. Yeah, so did they give up on Kylix then? Because they used to have Kylix. What's Vim? Yeah, exactly. No, Vim isn't bragging privilege. Vim is the meme of the person in the corner going, I bet they don't even know that I run Arch Linux. I bet they don't even know that I'm a Vim expert, right? And same thing with Emacs too. It's just use whatever fucking works for you, right? Like, just get over yourself. And to be fair, I used to think like this in stupid ways too, right? Like, yeah, I'm a better programmer because I know how to do this and that and that. No, everybody's at their different levels. Everybody's learning stuff as they go. We all make mistakes. We all have good days. We all have bad days. It's fine. Stop being a fucking gatekeeper. Right? Like, this isn't that hard. Yes, it's an IDE, glorified text editor. Use what you got. Yeah, exactly. You've been writing code for 8+ years and you've never written a unit test. I mean, that's okay, but I wouldn't accept your code without unit tests. And yeah, that's a bit of a weird flex. The IDE Red Studio is Windows only? Okay, gotcha. Huh. Here's the thing about unit tests. It's kind of annoying to maintain them, but they have saved my ass more often than anything. With Pidgin's core and UI split, if we weren't writing unit tests, that would mean that I would have to deliver an entire solution at once, which means all my pull requests would be 3 times the size they should be, right? Because for the most complicated things, we have a protocol abstraction in libpurple and we have a UI abstraction between libpurple and the user interface, right? But then we would also have to do the implementation in the protocol and in the UI, or the UIs, right? So that means implementation here, abstraction here, abstraction here. So, sorry, I said 3 times. 4 times as much work, right? But by writing the unit test, I can write just the libpurple part with the interface and write unit tests for it and make sure it works. Then I can go and implement each protocol one at a time because I already know that the libpurple code works because of the unit test, right? But like, if you're writing something smaller, then fine, whatever, right? But you're the one that has to maintain it. You're the one that has to deal with changes. And if you're working on a team and nobody's writing unit tests, when you're in prod and everything's falling apart and you can't figure out why, investing in unit tests is going to be something that's going to come up on at least one person's mind. Especially if you're using a dynamic language or dynamically typed language. Because, yep, gonna be a bad time. All right, so to make this work, we're gonna do a little shenanigans here. We do have ID. ID is supposed to be construct only, I believe. Oh, we already have constructed. Okay, cool. And then oh yeah, it's construct only. Okay. So where is constructed? Oh, cool. If we were constructed and we didn't get an ID, we generate a random one. Sweet. That's exactly what it's going to go right now.
Pour one out for the production emergency crew.
Exactly. Thank you, Kelsey, for the 5 bits. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, wow. Production emergency crew is generally me, right? In every company I've been in, the developers are the ones that are on call. And maybe that was just like a small company or startup thing, but yeah. But we didn't have, like, we had an on-call rotation. We had to deal with it. Alright, so what we want to do back over here is when we're constructing these for this part, we don't want to do this way because we have our ID. Oh, no, that's fine. Those ones are fine. Oh, okay, yeah, we already did this. Okay, yep. Oh, but we don't need to create the G settings anymore, or the path. But we do have to set the ID. Is that going to fit on one line? That might fit on one line. Nope, not going to fit. I tried. Okay. So that'll take care of that part. Cool. We don't need... we're going to take this and bring this over here. Four days on call, 8 days off. Oof. What's the code you've written for production? You had to maintain and debug? Okay, yeah, well, I'm just saying unit tests make that easier. One job I worked at, we had somebody was on call Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then somebody else was on call Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But there was like 8 of us on the team. But we wrote a tool using the Python's constraint library to basically handle days off and to make sure that nobody would get an entire week straight unless they requested it. And other weird, crazy stuff. Love getting calls at 3:32 a.m. that Prod API is failing because a popular person posted a link or something and having the rage and disbelief of having to get out of bed. Yeah. You used to be on call 24/7, 365 except holidays. Money was good, social life sucked. Yeah. I still carry a laptop with me everywhere because I have the Pidgin infrastructure 24/7, 365. And right now we've had some asshole that keeps causing HG Keeper to kill, and I haven't spent time debugging how to deal with it yet. But due to a number of reasons, I can't just IP ban them. So our alerts are generally during the night, which actually I don't seem to be hitting it right now. It just flaps because they keep. Well, it's number one, they're crawling the site, but they're not doing it in a reasonable way. They're crawling it with a Firefox user agent, so I have no idea what it even is. But yeah. No, we have no stats on how many people use Pidgin. Because even if we did, it wouldn't matter. Right? The only stats we have are download stats. Right, so our download stats right now, if we look at Pidgin itself, this week we have had, what does it say? For 2.14.12, we've had 4,435 downloads this week. Okay? But if we look at that, we're going to see that 1,664 of them were for the Windows installer, and 2,355 of them were for the offline Windows installer. Now, why are those numbers so much higher than everything else? Like, for example, the Tarball, which had 191 downloads, and, or the BZip 2 Tarball and the regular Tarball that had 32. What happens is stuff like, say, Debian, what they do is they download it once, and then they import it into their version control systems. So here's our code for the release. They take the Tarball, they dump it into their version control. They're still following their license, that's fine, right? And then what they do is they use this to build a package. So they had one download, which goes to every Debian user. So the only way we can actually reliably get any sort of user metrics is if we put some sort of telemetry in. Now, I am planning telemetry for Pidgin 3. However, it's going to be asked at startup, and you'll be able to toggle it later. But there's a number of problems there. Like, is it opt in or opt out? Either way, you're going to be asked directly, right? So you're going to get the answer right away, or whatever. You're going to get the decision right away before anything's sent. But the bigger problem is, how do we handle people gamifying it, right? Or people gaming it, right? Like, we need to, like, I don't want to create a unique identifier, but even if I create a unique identifier, somebody can still fake that and give us bad metrics, right? So there's this whole problem of telemetry and stuff like that I really only want some basic stuff, a rough account of how many users are here, right? But I don't know how to stop people from just, completely destroying it. Yeah, and the client's open source, right? So it's yeah. Although I did just have one idea, which could be somewhat reasonable. If we could somehow if the server could send a token to the client, either way, we need infrastructure for this, right? But so if our metrics collecting software gave you a token, I would only accept that, but then we're just moving the problem around, right? Yeah, because somebody could just ignore that and then just spin something up that makes it look like they have an account online, and then people are like, oh, you have an account online, blah, blah, blah. And, like, maybe we could do something where, like, you've had an account for a week or something, right? Something that's really long. But the problem there is we still have to figure that out and track that, right? And all of that can be spoofed. So it's this giant nebulous concept that I just don't know how to do it. And, like, if something already has solved this, I would love to know it and just be able to plug into it. That'd be great. But I don't know of anything for that. But then again, I haven't looked either. I'm calling it an estimate. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the thing too is, like, I think it's safe to say we have millions of users. Maybe not currently active, but in the past we have definitely had millions of users, right? And the reason is, so right now we are in a Twitch channel at 1:20 in the morning U.S. Central Time. There are 47 people here. And one way or another, you all have found your way here, and many of you have already used Pidgin, right? So even if it's only half of you, right? So 23 of you have used Pidgin in the past before you found my Twitch channel, right? So that's 23 out of 47. That's half, right? Half of the random people that happen to be on Twitch, right? So if we Twitch.tv, and then, like, let's look at the next part of that metric, right? So we want to look for software and game development. So out of the 47 viewers here, 46 now, somebody got called out and left. There are only 895 viewers here, right? So, what is that? 5% of the viewers, no, it would be 2.5% of all the viewers watching software and development on Twitch happen to be previous Pidgin users, right? 2.5% of the global population is a fuck ton of people, right? Obviously, that number can come down to whatever. And I'm by no means a statistician or anything, but, like, you just rough estimate, it's in the millions, right? You randomly, yeah, exactly. But that's my point, right? Like, I can't necessarily give you a real number, but based on those heuristics, I feel that saying we have more than 1 million users is safe, right? Maybe I'm totally off. I don't know. Right? But yeah. I mean, you have 137,758 or 137,758 since 2002. You have what since then? What does that even mean? You filter most bots. Oh, you're talking metrics, yeah. And this is sessions per week basis, nothing else. It's an estimate, not accurate, but gives you some direct. Yeah. Based on the donations I get and the people who use the service that I can see. Yeah. Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I agree. It'd be nice to know active users, but you're never going to get that, right? because even if I didn't make the metrics opt in, somebody's still going to block them. Right? Whether it's via DNS rules or whatever, they're not all going to get there. So the number's never going to be precise. It's impossible. But people will think that it is possible. But I assure you, it is not possible to have a precise number. Right? Like even games that have like ridiculous DRM, right? People still break that and figure it out. Right? So it's just like there's no way I can figure that out and do it, right? Like it's not gonna happen. What are they logging into? Whether you're creating DRM. Pidgin's just a client. We don't have a server piece. Or here, I can tell you this metric. So we have a central sign-on stuff now for our team tools, our issue tracker, stuff like that, right? And currently, apparently I'm not logged in. Am I logged into GitHub? I am, good. So currently, on that single sign-on login, which has nothing to do with the actual client, we have 1,048 users. And that's just to interact with our code review, our issue tracker, and our XMPP server. Right? That has nothing to do with the Pidgin client. So we've had over 1,000 people find that just to interact with us. Even a privacy breaching tracking pixel for the sole purpose of logging unique IP hits as ballpark metric of users can be blocked. Yes, exactly. Everything can be blocked. And if you're like, but how? It's this doing the same shit we do to get on people's networks that don't want us there. You reverse engineer it and figure it out and make it work without it. What's the problem with this? Oh, I gotta put a null there. I mean, like, we could do something real scummy, like figure out like the UUID of your file system. But there's no way we can validate that. Right? It's like, oh great, yep, it's a UUID of your file system. Fucking great. Right? Actually, what cd dev disk by ID. Oh, not by ID. By part UUID. There we go. Oh, there's UID too. UID version detector. This is probably going to be a domain detector or something. It might be based on, like, on your drive serial number or something. Oh no, this is just random. So the partition UIDs for the disk in my machine, they're UID 4, they're randoms, right? So that would mean we would have to support UID 4s, which are just random, which means anybody can generate a random UID, and therefore we can't validate whether or not they're real or not. Everything is open source if you know assembly and have IDA. It's like Pidgin use TPM to validate keys for system. Yeah. That said, there is some stuff we really do need to figure out when it comes to security and not necessarily TPM wise. So a lot of the newer protocols, you have to use OAuth, or you might be using what do they call them now? Access keys or whatever. Or you might have a 2FA token or something like that, right? Or whatever, a U2F or a FIDO device. And the plan is we're going to put a native web view in a secondary process that we will spawn and then do RPC with. to handle that because I do not want any web process in the main Pidgin process. But at some point, there's going to be a protocol where we don't need a web form to log in, and then we're going to need to support FIDO keys and U2F and whatever the new ones are. And the main problem with that is, what the hell is it? YubiKey. They have... What the hell's their library? It's not libyubiKey, that's different. Yeah, they didn't match FidoNet. libfido2dev. The main problem with this is part of it is it's auto tools, but there was another problem with this. I don't remember what it was right now. Oh no, the license is gonna be over here. Oh, it's BSD2 clause. Okay, that's not a problem. But oh, it's CMake now. Okay, maybe this isn't as big as a problem. There was some issue with this, and I don't remember what it was. But yeah. So maybe we can use that. I don't know. Passkeys, yes, that's what I'm trying to think of. Thank you, Icarus. Once you install Pidgin, where do you find for... let me know when you find out. Not joking. FIDO 2 keys basically use... Yeah. Yeah, no, I actually have two FIDO keys. I have a Purism whatever key. Fuck Purism. Don't buy any other shit. I'll wait till the ad's over and I'll say that again. They still haven't sent me... So, I can get my Librem 5, but I can't get a fucking refund for the garbage that I've now loaned them $600 for 5 years now? Yeah. Fuck them. But no, I also have some other FIDO 2 key. I don't remember what it is. Actually, is it in there? I haven't seen it. It might be in this bin of random shit. I have too much garbage. Oh. A USB key that looks like a key. They gave this out at ClueCon a couple years ago. The key is slow as shit, but it looks cool. Aha! It is here. I'm pulling the socks. I gotta put it in my fire safe. Or put on my keys. I don't use this one anymore. But I've used it historically. But a FIDO key. It's a USB key that's just like plastic that you folded over to make it the right depth and shit. And yeah. Like I got this off of Amazon. It was like $10 or something. PU1.FR. Is that even still a real website anymore? Nope, they're gone apparently. Unless I need the www. Yep, no, they're gone. The key still works. You also have Solo Keys Solo 1. Need to get another one. Yeah. And I've got a YubiKey 3 or 4 around here somewhere. I don't remember which one. I needed it for a job. Actually, I think that's in the other room. But yeah. I just use 2FA for everything with Authy. It works fine. Although I have a lot of keys in my Authy. So many keys. Oh, test presence man. Aegis on Android allows for encrypted back. Yeah, so does Authy. I had to use Authy originally for Twitch. So I just ported everything from Google Authenticator over to Authy. The cool thing about Authy too is you're identified by your phone number, right? So when you install Authy, it checks that your phone number is valid based on your SIM and your connection and all that, and then it downloads all that data, but you can't read any of it until you put in your decryption password. So like my last phone died on me, right? So like I took the SIM, put it in another phone, installed Authy, popped up all my accounts, enter in my encryption password, boom, there's all my tokens again. And it's very nice that way, very nice. Alright, so anyways, 118. Ugh, presents. What, mister? You want headbutts or what? Not presents, no. Purple safe presents. Make sure we get that. Then we set the name. Alright, yeah, and then we need to say purple say or purple presence manager add. Like everything be, yeah, like I mean it's local on my phone still. But having that cloud backup in there is nice too. If you're locally sent from cloud, loading yeah. That said, I probably should just set up like Bitwarden or something, and then only expose it via, or you know, make it available to myself via Tailscale or something. But yeah. Tailscale on the home network is nice, yeah. So the problem is my laptop right now for my client that I'm contracting through, they have two different VPNs, but luckily, so like at one point in time, I had to VPN home for something. So I had to stand up Tailscale, but I also had a 40 client running and an open VPN client running all at the same time. And like, I don't know, some routes got crossed or something. I couldn't hit certain shit. So I had to turn off like one or two of the VPNs to get to home for like 2 minutes to like move a file around or something or read a file and then shut that down and then bring the other two back up. And I'm just like, we live in a fucked up world now, man. Yeah, I mean, I just used to SSH and jump host. That's what I did beforehand, right? Like, if you gotta run SSH on the internet, you gotta set up fail to ban. And because without it, you're gonna have a bad time, but yeah. Boop. 166. I know I should just look for another one. Oh, this doesn't work anymore, but this should be presence. Just so everyone would move to WireGuard, so connection could just be a config and would just work. I don't know. I had all sorts of weird issues with WireGuard. The biggest part of it being the lack of DNS and like the weird things, like sometimes like stuff should have been a gateway device, but it wasn't, and I don't know, shit just got real weird with WireGuard for me. Or like I didn't need every device on it, but I'd want to access other machines on the network that weren't on WireGuard, and then what I ultimately ended up doing was SSHing to the machine that had WireGuard, and then from there I'd get out to the other machines, and yeah. No, like, I understand Tailscale is built on top of WireGuard, but they also added DNS and other stuff like that on top of it, right? Plus they made the whole key exchange thing way easier, right? And also you don't have to manually add system D units or anything like that either. So like Tailscale's, yeah, like it's So like trying to use raw wire guard is where I got into all sorts of problems, and I couldn't get stuff figured out, and it was just like, this is dumb. Did you not want the treats? They're right there. He was running over like you wanted treats, and yeah. It's all the Rubik's Cube. Okay. So I don't know if you were here for the last time. But the rules are, I have 3 cubes. We'll mix it up a little bit. I don't want to. I guess we can do the angle cube. So we have some options here of which cubes to do. We have the tried and true normal 3x3. You have to pick which one, Tiny Goliath. We have the angle cube. We're skipping the windmill cube because we did that already on stream. The angle cube is a little annoying. It's missing some stickers, but I can still figure it out. I need to draw them out and get them cut on my cricket. That's another reason why I got the cricket. Good, he moved his butt. And then we can take the 7x7, and we can do one of the 3 steps to solve this guy. So the 3 steps are, after the scramble, we need to solve the centers, and we need to solve the edges, and then we solve it as a 3x3. So one redemption would be the first redemption would be to scramble it and solve the centers. The next one would be to do the edges, and so on and so forth. So, solver's choice. We're going to do the 3x3, but we're going to do it a little different. We're going to solve this one. Is that okay? Oh, you can't see the yellow at all when it's lit up. Yeah. So this is the white side, this is the yellow side. It's apparently a little overexposed because of the light. That's okay. It's not just a cube, it's a lamp. No, it does not run Linux. Yes. Actually, maybe I should turn the light off. It's too bright. There, that's a little bit easier for you all to see. Does it run Crisis? Sure. Alright, okay. That's probably scrambled enough. Alright, so that's the white center. Sure, that goes there. Oh, cool. I didn't even realize that was lined up. Cool. Cool. Solving it, and I'm not even trying. Put the blue one up there. Yep. Where is the other one? There it is. Oh, too far. The tension on this is a little loose. It might explode. I hope it doesn't. Red and blue. It's in a weird orientation, so we gotta bring it in that way. The problem is, as you might have guessed, my hands are gonna get real tired real quick here. Because this is the big cube. Make it run Linux. I mean, I got a Raspberry Pi, got a couple Raspberry Pi Picos we could try to get going. No, you can't run. Well, I don't know. Surely somebody's gotten Linux running on a Raspberry Pi Pico, right? Probably like Linux 2, but. Alright. Start on that second layer. Turn. There we go. Cut. Yep. Good. That one we're gonna have to pop out and flip. That's okay. In the meantime, grab this one. Okay. We gotta pop this piece out because it's clearly oriented wrong. Okay. That's now in the right position to come in the right way. Okay. Ugh. We got 2 layers done. Let's make a line on the top. Ugh. And then turn it into a cross. Okay. We got bonus points. This one, I think we do this way. The other problem is the muscle memory goes out the window on this one because of the size, right? I'm not moving the same muscles. So it is a bit harder than a normal 3x3. Okay, but we're in fish 2, good. Our next step, we'll have the top face. Alright, we have the top face. We have to get the top finished. We gotta swap these two corners, right? Red and blue, blue and orange. We gotta swap those two. It almost exploded. Okay. Ugh. People can run a light version of Unix, so my okay, so we gotta move some edges around. We're gonna pull this one to here, and this one to there, which will solve part of it. And then we'll have to do that algorithm one more time with everything swapped. Right, so now we got green, but orange is here, blah, blah, blah. So we gotta do the same thing, but we're gonna pull blue here, move this red to here, move that orange there. Ugh. And with that, we are done. Yay! Woohoo! You're gonna 3D puzzle like that, but with 27 individual separate blocks. I mean, I'm good. And isn't this 27 pieces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 18, 8 plus a core. And to be clear, this is an official Rubik's Cube. It's the logo. Yeah. Like, this isn't like a fake or anything, it's just an official one. Alright. We need to get this code finished. Fuck, it's almost 2. Yes, competition legal. What do you mean they're not separate blocks? This isn't a separate block? Then what are you calling a block? This isn't a block either, huh? And this one? Well, let's go here. Here's a 3x3. That's a non-Rubik's brand one. Actually, I don't know if this one will... no, this one's too tight. I could take it apart, but these are separate blocks. Like, you're just talking out of your ass for whatever reason after you've self-promoted in a channel without asking, which is even more ridiculous. It depends on the competition, just like any other competition. But like Rubik's themselves make their own speed cube. So like presumably that's what people would use in official Rubik's speed competition. But like if you're just talking about who can solve a 3x3 the fastest, regardless of that, well that's the criteria of the competition is. It doesn't matter what the cube is. It's just, it's like anything. It depends. Right? Alright, so we do still check the ID there. Okay, that's okay. No, you just spammed in my channel. That's what you did. And I mean, if only I could 3D print the pieces myself, but you didn't ask before you just spammed. And oh hey, we can use printer 1 or we can use printer 2. But no, you just spammed your thing for whatever reason. No questions, no hi. First chat, hey! I don't think so. It's some proprietary shit, but I mean, none of my 3D printers have ever run Linux because they all ran. Well, most of them ran on an Arduino, This is Bamboo Studio that you use for Bamboo lab printers. So, yep. But in the past, I've used Cura. I actually submitted code that got accepted to Cura. I used to use Pranerface way back in the day. One of my shitty printers, you had some proprietary thing you had to work with. And yeah. But Pranerface was a trip back in the day. I mean, well, what do you guys get out of this? I think this talk should be taken offline, is the bigger thing. Oh, this is full screen. And patents and stuff don't necessarily matter when you're just talking for individual use in the U.S. Right? Because it's, what's the right term? This actually just build? What the fuck? What's the word? It's like free for personal use kind of thing stuff, right? Like technically speaking, you're able to make backup copies of things for yourself, but you can't make more than one, stuff like that. Okay, so we do build now. Do the test pass? No, both fail. Okay. Oh, did I do that backwards? I probably did that backwards. So set active. No, we're looking for add. No. What the hell is a failure? And set active. Purple is safe presence found failed. Oh, right. No. Where's the assertion? It's very random. You have to see. Yeah. No, I got you. I just. So, Flying Wiki, we require Twitch verified phone numbers because it keeps the spammers away. So, like, I'm not going to take down the spammer defense. Sorry. Yeah, Linus Dunkers. Like, if you like, you can reach me on Discord. I should be easy to find there. Otherwise, all my other contact info is over here. Okay. Where's this fucking failing? Set. Oh wait, set active. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, that's not the right one. That's broken, that's okay. Yeah, no, I don't think I can add an exception for a specific user. I don't know, let's see. Slash user. Oh, what's your Twitch handle? It won't complete for me. Hold on. No, that's not on. I need this guy. Users in chat. I'm assuming your Twitch username is similar to your Discord name? Yes. What does invite do on Twitch? Does anybody know what this does? Oh, no. That's for guest star. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, I don't see a way to, like, allow you. Sorry. Okay. Only looking for the win? Okay. I mean, we do have an XMPP room, too, that you can talk in for the stream, which is stream at conference.pidgin.im if you're on XMPP. We don't use that one much, but it's there. Basically, somebody guilted me into it a while ago, so I just added it. Like, fine, whatever. Things will get better when this is all actually in Pidgin, though, instead of going across 8 different apps. Yeah, I mean, Kautsy said it. Dude. I'm using Fluffy Chat on my phone for Matrix. It's so fucking slow. And, like, I do jump to last read message. And it goes back an extra day. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not saying chat's easy, but you guys got a whole fucking team. And people, or I think Fluffy Chat does. I'm thinking Element, but yeah. Child Chat? Oh, I haven't heard of that one before. You don't do Matrix if you don't have the time to moderate it? Yeah. I've been watching what's been happening on the GTK room. It's been pretty ridiculous. Discord constantly tries to interpret your searches? Okay. That shit compared to conversations. That's saying a lot, because conversations... So, do you ever get, have somebody message you from a muck on conversations? It only it shows up as a whisper in the main room. And then you end up replying to the entire muck. Because it's very subtle on the difference. And it's absolutely ridiculous. You're close to the max amount of servers because people treat Discord like they should be using GitHub and it's a nightmare? Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't be using GitHub, but whatever. Oh, we're going to get rid of settings too. Make websites, not guilds. I mean, that's the problem with Discord, is it's so easy to set something up, right? And like, as much as I hate to say it, until XMPP or Matrix gets that way, that's just going to be the way it's going to go. Right? And I'd much rather see it be XMPP than Matrix, but what can you do, right? And yeah, I don't know. I ended up pruning a bunch of my stuff a while ago. As long as it's archivable, searchable, and accessible from web interface, I guess. Yeah, I mean, Discord's none of those. Is Matrix any of those? This is End of Time at the Gates of Hell by Calabrese. I would have scrobbling working, but someone needs to build one that'll talk to um, a scrobbler that'll talk to Empress. And I was gonna do it, but I also lost interest in it. So I have no idea if I'm gonna get copyright hit on YouTube because stuff is not stream safe. It's just niche. But generally, when I'm streaming, and I'm streaming on YouTube as well, I use pretzel.rocks because that's all stream safe. But pretzel.rocks is down today. So, here we are. But, like, I know Twitch won't flag me for this, so. You're just searching for some really obscure issues and came across a public archive of a Slack channel. You think it was the one for OpenSUSE ranchers, so it seems possible? Well, that's for Slack, not Discord. I don't think Discord does any of that. But like XMPP MUX, you can definitely use using message archive management. You can make it publicly available and stuff like that. But like, people also used to do that with IRC, and people nowadays lose their shit on that. Like even if it's a support channel, like there's numerous times in our Discord too, but I see it more in GTK's matrix, where people will ask questions or something, and then they'll just delete all their messages. It's just like, your name's still there. Now it just looks like you were fishy, like being shady, right? Like I don't understand the logic. But whatever, right? It's just one of those things. Rather just see good documentation for like tools in general. Yeah, I mean documentation is really hard, and I'm not trying to like hand wave. Oh, it's hard. It shouldn't be done. No, I'm saying it's hard, which is why it's bad, and people need to do better, including us. Like it's the way it goes. G return to fail. Yeah, this should be failing. I mean, this should be failing if it's not here. How do we get here? Is a test minus V presence manager. I love Mason so much. Do you know how hard that would be to do without Mason? It's really dumb. Oh! Okay, yep, no, this is fine. I know the problem. So, when we load the stuff, because we were calling create before, we never added them. So now we just have new, we set the name, blah, 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 and then we call set new, but we never did purple saved, or purple presence, manager, add internal, manager, presence. And I might have to move that around. But we're missing this, that's the problem. Okay, cool. Does Firefox pop out? It just works to avoid Twitch stuff? No. I would say people can start with public forums and a public user editable. No, so here's the thing. Public forums, spam havens. Wikis, spam havens. And more importantly, with the wikis are the amount of time you have to put into moderating stuff to avoid the spam, and then dealing with people that deleted everything and restoring it, it's not worth it. Next one, someone also has bad docs. Yeah, so like what we've been doing so like back in the day, we had developer, no, not that gnome. So we had developer.pidgin.im. This site needs to go away for a number of reasons. Number one, it's slow as shit. It's not maintained. It's a wiki. It's hard to deal with. It was also our issue tracker. Database optimizations didn't exist apparently. All sorts of other bullshit. It's here for posterity's sake. I'm trying to copy all of it into just static HTML and serve up the static stuff so I can get rid of the Python app that's actually running this. But the thing is, most users that would be editing a wiki, it's not that much harder to ask them to do a pull request, right? And yeah, no, I agree. Discord is not docs. How's it going, Yato? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? How's your stream tonight? What were you up to? Like, being able to just control changes to your website, especially if it's a static website, pull request 100% of the way, right? So like we used to have wiki.iamfreedom.org, but then we converted that to a static site, which is just based on read the docs, or is it read the docs? Whatever, right? We just convert all the wiki pages to Markdown, right? And if somebody wants to add something to this, they just open a pull request, right? So now all we're doing is serving static HTML, which requires way less resources on the servers. And we don't have the spam problem because they have to come through a pull request, right? So are we signaling? I might have muted the mic there. I didn't. So like, are we making it harder for people to contribute? Yeah, but that's part of that's intentional. Good luck having. I'm trying. Yep. Stream is good. Day 2 of building a text-based idle game. Oh, nice. Idle games are, I don't know why. Like, conceptually, it's really dumb, but I end up getting hooked to them all the fucking time. What was the one I was? Oh, I beat Adventure Communist. Beat somehow. And by beat, I mean, as far as I know, there was nothing else to do in the game. And then I did the same thing with Adventure Capitalist. It was like, all achievements met. Cycles in the game to reset were like a minute, maybe less. I was just like, oh, this is no longer idle. You do that for those, yeah. Like, conceptually, it's just giant waste of time. But if I start playing it, I can't put it down. I'm just like, you have to avoid all of them. Okay, so we should be better now. Find property, active presence on class is no, oh, yeah, okay. So now we have to fix that part. So now we're into the actual changes we wanted to make tonight. We've been distracted all over the place, but it's fine. Oh, and actually, we don't need this here. Any? No, we just don't need that. Never mind. That one's fine. We need to. Excuse me. Our setter. What? Our setter's public now, right? Yeah. What were we calling before? Did we have a helper on this? Oh, no, because we all set it internally. Okay, that's fine. Eidolon is your latest idol addict? I don't want to know. I'm just going to forget that name. Only kind of... like... A couple jobs ago, Cookie Clicker came out. Everybody in the office is playing fucking Cookie Clicker. It was ridiculous. You know, it's a big, wide, open office space, right? And you just look across, and there's just Cookie Clicker on, like... we all had, like, 3 or more monitors. So, like, everybody had one monitor that had Cookie Clicker on it. Full time. It's just like... Yeah, man, We gotta stop this part. Purple stir empty ID. That shouldn't happen. Where is that happening? Remember setting up Flashpoint on Linux so you can play Heroes or click Heroes during cloud? Oh, jeez. Ugh. Yeah, it'll happen. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so 313. So we already loaded the saved presences. So the ID has an... Oh. Wait, what? we're getting called with an empty string as an ID from the settings object. Because that's the default. Oh, this is gross. So the way around this, the way to fix this, is to have a static default for available. Right, so the problem is active it has a default of empty string. So it's trying to pick the default and go from there. What if we do that? Is that going to make a better difference? That might. Oh, right. How did we get that far? What the... So we do some hackery with the dev environment so that we do run it with the test too, but apparently it didn't work with Mason test. But it was working. I'm confused. Hold on. Okay, yeah, no, it's all fine. Alright, so this should work now. Mason test minus V presence manager. What? What the fuck? Oh. It's gonna not be obvious because this sucks. Yeah. Element default is required in key. This entire file has been ignored. The gschema compile stuff doesn't return an error. So the build keeps going. And then you get weird errors like we're having now. We're like, what's going on? Right. All right. So instead of this, what we want to do is, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 12 then, right? No, it's 8, 4, 4, 4, 12. Okay. That's close. Right, so what we're going to do is our available status, the default edit or manager will make sure that we always have an available status with an ID of all zeros. It doesn't do that yet. We have to go make it do that. But that's the idea. I mean, it doesn't have to be a UID, but that'll just keep things cleaner, right? All right, so back over here. Where do we add the... Right here. So ID is still construct only. So to make this work, we need to say G object new purple type saved presence ID equals this. Actually, we're gonna have to change it a little bit. That's okay. It's fine. Name, comma, available. Primitive. There, since we're calling the constructor this way, we might as well just set all the properties this way. Ooh. Right, because then we can just do that. But what we're gonna do first is before we even get to this. That goes away. Shit. Alright, we're gonna have to figure that out as we get there. Alright, well, for now, this will be okay. But yeah, this is going to be our default kind of fallback one. That'll just, make shit work. New is valid for object class. Oh. Commas are important in variadic functions. Active presence type, purple object, and purple warning. Invalid property ID of 2, active presence. What? Oh. I know what's going on. So we have prop active to get it here. We do not have it here. Prop file or prop active. Purple presence manager set active manager G value get object value. This is all public and every thing now, so this is fine. But before we were just doing this with the ID, but now we're doing it with the actual object itself, which is why this will now get past that. Purple is safe presence. We might be calling this with null as part of the test, because that used to be something we allowed. Yep, add remove line 91. Yep. When a presence manager is created, there is no save statuses. If there are no save statuses, it adds some default ones and set the active presence. We need to clear all of that to get to a known state. Fuck. I think we have to just deal with these and not try to clear them out. And precisely what we need to do is the same thing here. Purple type save presence ID 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Now it is possible that somebody will get the same UID 4, but it is extremely unlikely. And again, these are just supposed to be defaults. So we can't deal with the active one at all. We just kind of have to leave it the way it is. And that's okay. It's not ideal, but yeah. This is going to be an in-memory manager, which means the default is going to be that. That should be okay, I think. It's funny because we had to deal with this in some weird ways. Manager adds an online and offline presence by default. Three, because it goes, yeah, we gotta get there. 111. Right, so at this point, we created a new safe presence. We made sure that returned true. We shouldn't need to do that anymore. We'll do that on the other unit test, it's fine. We're gonna set the name to test presence. We're gonna add it to the manager. We're gonna make sure one got added, removed any called, and changed was one. Then we're gonna get the ID from it, make sure that it's non-null. Then we're gonna get the list of items, or the number of items. Then we're gonna remove that, and we're gonna make sure we go back to 2. G object is object failed. run with GDB. Figure out where we died. Oh. Okay. That's okay right now. The setting schema will get fixed, but it's not fixed yet. We don't even have to worry about the reset stuff. Save presence is probably all broken too, but maybe not. Setting up created with schema, save presence and pass slash, but specified by the schema. Okay. Yep. Alright, so we are close here. The saved presence here, what we need to do is we're gonna get rid of the reset. The reset was a way for us to like delete stuff. And it didn't actually even work right, so it's okay. Yeah, I guess I should have searched for that part. What was it? Was it clear? Oh, it's supposed to be reset. Oh, it's private API. Save presence dot private dot h. That's all that's in here. Yeah, cool. We can get rid of that. That's cool. Purple mason dot build. So this was kind of a hack to try to clean everything up, and as you can see, it didn't really work right. Well, it didn't work right, and it had other issues. Okay, so that can go away. That's cool. Purple saved presence private dot h is gone now, which means presence manager no longer needs to include it. Alright, we'll try our build again. Oh what? Oh, yep. Save presence.c is gonna have the same problem. It's funny how just, you know, instead of trying to put these into one config file, which would have been nice, when you actually just do what the thing wants you to do, how much easier shit is. So yeah, fuck, it's 220. I need to. Well, we're gonna try to get this compiled. We're not gonna finish the rest of this tonight, but we'll see. Purple save presence reset on 595. That's the wrong file. Yeah. Okay. So that'll have to go too. That's okay. What we're gonna do at this point is we're gonna remove the presence file. We're not gonna do that yet because it doesn't exist yet, so it's gonna fail anyways. But I just want to get us compiling and the unit test passing. And then we'll pick up the rest of this on Thursday. Oh, Twitch had bugged? Okay. Now, if Twitch has taught me one thing, it's how to fill dead air. And, like, if you ever meet me in person, numerous times I would be like, if I'm talking too much, please let me know. Because I fill dead air a lot. Okay. What's the what? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna fail until we fix this up. Conference lead moment? I don't know about that. But like, so we ran a hackathon back in November, or was it October? I don't remember. I was like, yeah, I'm like, I can MC if you guys want. like I'm on Twitch like 2-3 times a week for 7 years. I stage fright isn't a thing. Like a live audience is a little different, but it's not a big deal, right? I like at first I'll be a little, but then you know it'll pass real quick. Shout outs to AMD Ryzen for taking an absolute pounding from FFmpeg right now. Nice. Yeah. The whole Ryzen stuff does kick a lot of ass, doesn't it? Alright, so let's see if we can't fix part of this anyways. So, wait, where is that even coming from? Oh, this is... Oh, because it's right up... No, what? Well, anyways, we want this to be readable. And that doesn't matter, because we're going to build it at runtime. Oh, I think we passed it in here. Okay, yep. Encoding stereoscopic video, 1800 something by 3200 something. Jesus. I thought we were past the VR craze, but apparently not. Okay, so we got the ID. Then we want to say presence settings equals G file setting. There. Oh, we have to get the back end. Yeah. You're just getting to it? Okay. Alright, so this weekend's going to be fun. I have a whole bunch of updates for my Threadripper. It's not like anything amazing, but I did buy a new video card, a 6700 XT. And my liquid cooler's at the point where I need to replace it due to evaporation. And then I have 2 new SSDs for my home directory to replace my 500 gig ones. I'm going to put in 2 1 terabyte drives. So yeah. It was 6750 XT. Nice. Yeah, I was looking at it, and like the differences between the 67 and 6700 and 6750 didn't seem worth another like $75 or something. I don't remember, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll just go with this one. Like right now, I'm on a 470 or 480, so it's gonna be a hell of an upgrade. So, you have a Ryzen 5500 OC to 4x5 and an RX 66. Nice, nice. Cheapskate Memento. Yeah, I mean, the other problem was shipping. It's going to take a while to get here. But, I mean, can you call me a cheapskate? Can you call me a cheapskate? I know where to put my money is all. Just a clock bump? Yeah. Well, so, I'm on a Threadripper 2 platform. I only have PCI 3. So, like, the clock rate doesn't matter because I don't have a PCIe 4 system. So... You shut down and replace the server, which is running a 14-year-old all-in-one. You're tempted to cut that open and see what's left of it. Nice. Yeah, my parents had an all-in-one desktop. So I updated them to a mini PC. And it's just ridiculously faster. It's a Ryzen 7, I think. I don't even remember what I got them. But still, like, I just took the all-in-one. I took the hard drive out, packed it up. I replaced the hard drive with an SSD. I put more RAM in it. I threw the Debian on it. I'm like, wow, this is actually kind of nice. And like the on-screen keyboard just works as a normal keyboard. Or no, the touch screen, that's what it is. The touch screen just works like a normal mouse and shit. And yeah. Oh, all-in-one CPU cooler. Gotcha. Sorry. That makes way more sense. We had the all-in-one part right. We're on the same page, but then I just totally went off. But yeah, when I bought this processor, it was $1,600. So I am not taking any chances with it. I built this machine in February of 2019. It's January of 2024. We're at the 5-year mark. It's time to get rid of the water cooler. And I can't find, like, I found 1 or 2 water cooler that might work. That was manufactured in 2021. But I'm like, is it worth 2 years for $300 or whatever it was? Where the air cooler is like $90. All your PCs are all... Yeah, I have too many PCs for that. Just got a Noctua air cooler and waiting for a second. Yeah, I've got the Noctua. That's what I bought, the Noctua. Or however you say it. Corsair's first all-in-one cooler. Surprised it lasts as long as it did. Nice. Where were we? I wanted to be in the save presence. I don't know why I'm giving a shit about this right now. Because if we get the save presence of Pat... Oh, yeah. Oh, right. I was over there looking to figure out what the hell the damn function name was. Huh. That's the one caveat I didn't think of. Currently still decoding the stereo video and watching the stream, plus have Minecraft open at 47C, 60% CPU usage. Yeah, I'm probably fine. Still rocking an H100 IV2 to... I have no idea what that means. I haven't been in the hardware stuff for a long time. Oh, crap. So we've been trying to build things so that like the unit tests don't leave state around on the disk and stuff doesn't get confused and use that stuff and stuff like that. And this is a problem. So we set this up so that the UI can change this. So there's an option in here to get the presence manager. And this allows the UI to specify where it wants to put the files, stuff like that, or just give a different purple presence manager. Not that there's this, you can subclass or anything right now, but that's the idea, is to kind of deal with that. But the deal with this right now, so if we look at Pidgin core.c, no, I think it's Pidgin application. It's Pidgin UI, my bad. Right, so that passes in the purple config directory and then presence.ini. The caveat here is how do I get a directory out of this? I think we'd have to change this from a file name to a path. And that's probably okay. Where are the pictures? Oh, I have to scroll. Yeah, the one I got looks something like that. It's probably beefier than yours because it's for a Threadripper. But that should be okay. Supports 2 fans, nice. You had to use the default cooler, but overclocking with the default cooler is not a thing, really. Yeah. Oh, that's the upgrade model, the one you have. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, $90 versus paying $300 to get 2 more years of liquid cooling. That's just like, like I got to do this at some point, and this fan should last for fucking ever, basically. Oh yeah, this has 2 fans. I didn't even realize that. I'm just like, everyone says Threadripper, the only air cooler you can use is a Noctua, so yeah. That's what I went with. Alright, so if we set this to a directory, right? What we'll end up with is... Pidgin 3, CD... So, we'd end up with presences, right? Like this setup, but then... Instead of having presence manager and INI, we would have manager... .ini in here. And then... The manager would have to keep track of the path of where its files are supposed to go, but that's probably... No, fuck, that doesn't work. God damn it. Well, maybe it does because of silliness. But no, that... Oh, fuck. At least 10 years? Cool. Really too much... Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I had a good stream so far. We're just stuck in stupid problems like usual. So the problem is... Oh, I guess we could do it that way. That's not ideal, but that would be okay. Oh, no, that's shitty too. No, we wouldn't. Okay, so what I was thinking of is we wouldn't create the settings object until it got added to the manager. But then we have to make the settings object settable remotely. And that's annoying for a number of reasons. And we can't do it at construction time because we need to possibly work on another manager. This is why we had the create method, right? So that the manager would go ahead and build the settings object and all that for us. And maybe that's still a way we want to go. Like, moving back to create's not a big deal. So dumb. There is no video? Yeah, that's how most of my machines are. Ryzen 9? Nice. What, I'm not even going to go through my machines. Right? There's not... If I start going through my machines, it's going to take too long. But I'll put it this way. In this room, let's just start here. We'll start with that. This is my main workstation. With 4 monitors. I have lots of machines. Many of them are build agents. I have an 18U rack in my basement. Right. Do I need a heater for this? The room I'm in? No. Fuck no. Between the stream lights, this machine, and the 3D printers, no. No, not at all. Not even close. Alright, so this becomes this, and we're going to say path. And this becomes path. Refree the path. Path. Okay. Presence manager.c. Not remove. I'm looking for new. Yeah, path works better for this too, just in general. Manager new. Because like we're splitting everything into a path, so this should keep track of it. Path. Path. Get path. Well, I don't want to go that far. Yeah, like I said, my basement too. I have an 18U rack. It's not fully populated, but it has my NAS in it, which is a 4U chassis right now. But I have a new 4U chassis that should be coming tomorrow because I need to add more drives to it, and I'm out of space in the current chassis. So, tomorrow... Well, today, technically. Oh, yeah, it's coming UPS. But, So I have this guy coming. Why aren't they showing the price on here? Did I buy the last one? Like the Amazon page just isn't showing the price. You can't buy it. So I guess I got the last one. Nice. So I've got this coming to put my NAS into it. This rig is 7900X CPU. Need the cores for rendering. I don't have space for a full rack. Also, no. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's in my basement. So like I don't hear it. But yeah, so I've got that chassis coming. That can hold 15 drives. Right now my NAS only has 4 drives, and I want to add 4 more to it. There's an SSD for the OS. Or is it NVMe? I don't remember. But then there's a video card in there too for encoding and stuff, because I'm running MB on it. But yeah. So yeah, fun times, fun times. Get path. It's the path. A manager is using for storage. The path. Or settings are being saved to disk or percent. No, this should never be null though. And that won't fit. Okay, yep. But we want to change this to also say path. Path nullable. An optional file, an optional path where settings will be stored. If path is null, settings will not be stored to disk. Okay. Ugh. What's wasteful? Heard people running a server renting business from their home and they don't need any additional. I'd believe that. Oh, you're saying that's wasteful? I mean, I'd be more concerned about the ambient noise volume in that house than I'd be worried about the wasted heat. Because either those people are wearing ear protection all the time or they are destroying their hearing. Right? Maybe you replace your tower chassis, you probably get a 12U short depth to better use the space. Yeah, that's so. Like I bought the rack with the intention of going to fiber internet, because I had a bunch of stuff that I wanted to move out and like network switches and stuff like that. And I want to actually finish properly wiring this house and stuff. So that's why I went with the rack, right? Because like, all right, I can throw the switch in there. I can put my old workstation in there, which was my NAS. Now it's been swapped out a couple times, stuff like that. But then I could move some of the other build agents and stuff like that to the rack and just keep them out of the way, blah, blah, blah. And that's just where it started populating and getting lots and lots of stuff. So, yeah. Like, it happens. Path. This might fit. No, it's not gonna fit. I know it's later. We're getting there. Man, I love how it's like, yeah, we're just gonna make it do this one thing, and then it turned into basically a complete rewrite. 'Cause that's how stuff goes sometimes. On the way to becoming the next Twitch wizard? What do you mean by that? Like... Oh, tons of... Yeah, I mean, I've always had tons of hardware. Part of that... So, like, when I was younger, we weren't very... we didn't have a lot of spending money. Let's go with that, right? So, like, I used to have to cobble together computers, right? That's one of the reasons why I got good with hardware and stuff like that. because the only way I was getting a computer was if I could pay for it or find enough pieces and build one. That's how my first couple computers were. And obviously because of that, I am now a pack rat. So I'm now a pack rat that just has absolute shit tons of hardware. Now the difference is Dennis has all sorts of crazy machines, where I just have lots and lots of x86. That's it. I don't have any weird architects or anything. I don't have any power. I don't have any I almost said S390. I don't have any Spark. I don't have any of that stuff. Right. I just have lots and lots of x86. I had some power PC stuff, but I got rid of all that because it's just really fucking slow. That's fine. 304. Yeah, that's not quite right though. So we need to say car star file name equals g build file name manager path comma manager.ini. And this becomes file name g free g clear pointer file name g free. Okay. You do have a 4U network rack, just doing networking. You wired this house with Ethernet conduit to centralize all that near the route. Oh, nice. Yeah, like this house was built in 1932 or something. So, yeah. A RISC-V dev mobile would be nice. Yeah, but like, also I don't need one. Like, at least not right now, I don't need one, right? What are we looking at in this picture, Kelsey? Is that a heatsink on top of... I hope that's not an ISP router. Your cross compilation goes brr. Yeah. I mean, like, cross compilation in general, like, as long as I can avoid the hardware, I'm going to, right? Because the hardware, aside from the cost of the hardware, oh shit, you're right. Aside from the cost of the hardware, you have to worry about the maintenance costs, you have to worry about the power, blah blah blah, right? And it's just like, why? It's like, yeah. Like, until I actually need it. Let's go. Alright, but we finally compiled. So, we're going to get out of here. And by we, I mean I'm going to get out of here. Because number one, I'm hungry. Number two, these cats are getting a little, well, Slater's getting a little restless. But yeah. So, we do compile. A test don't pass. That's okay. We understand. That's fine. Top, oh, that's a 4G modem on top. Okay. Very, very shit, but very, very cheap. A few conduit runs left to pull, but I need to deconstruct some plasterboard to get where those are going to... Yeah, I mean, that's the problem I have. Everything, all the walls here are plaster. They're either plaster or wood paneling. And the wood paneling is not necessarily a big deal. Like, this is wood paneling, but it was painted over. But it's just like, And actually, what I need to do is, so I have an old coax running right over here that I need to swap out with at least one Cat 5e. I'm not running Cat 6; it's too expensive. And I only have 1 gig upload, so whatever, and 1 gig download, so whatever. But I want to run that to a switch, but I don't want to run that to a switch up here. But like, if I'm gonna do more than that, then I gotta widen the hole. I'm just like, No, there's music. There's no pretzel today because pretzel's down. Oh, sorry. I'm reading Togglebit's chat. Whoops. Because I used to keep Twitch chat over there. But yeah. So, all right. Anyways, we're going to get out of here. We're going to go raid Mr. Togglebit. So thank you everybody for coming by tonight. You can find links to all my social media right over here. I do announce on my Mastodon when I'm going to be streaming, or you can join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord right over here as well and get stream announcements as well. We'll be back on Thursday at our normal time, 8 p.m. U.S. Central, which is 1 a.m. UTC, I think, right now. Something like that. So, yeah. But all right, thank you everybody for coming by tonight, and we're going to finish up this Presence Manager shit on Thursday. And then we'll celebrate and maybe get to delete some code. I don't know. We'll see. But all right. So thank you everybody for coming by tonight. And until next time, adios.